hearts beat.
Number one in the chat, it's your boy. Strategy Network. Props to DJ Castro Links with this Thunder Trap remix of Have You Seen the Rain? We were watching footage here from David Hoffman, who's actually a really very interesting documentarian who goes in a lot of different directions on his channel. Talks about a lot of really crazy things. Oh, probably shouldn't show that. Welcome to the News Underground, folks. I am Abandoned Nihilism, aka the Harbinger. We got a lot of, strangely, we have a lot of, horrific news in Gaza, but we actually have some good news, and I'm happy to report on it, thankfully, in Ukraine. And of course, we're going to get to Trump in the United States. That's kind of the plan. Yeah, once again, big props, DJ Castro Links. If you want that track, it's right here. And yeah, if you want that, I already gave you the link for the raw footage, but if you want the song there, it's just okay. It's just okay. But it was the best one that I could find. There was there's a few trap remixes. All right, but let's no problem, Chem Goblin. Yeah, I had the Middle East war set up, but then I saw this news and I was like, no, we're going to start with Ukraine because we get to start finally with some good news. Here it is, folks. U.S., I believe this is the Congress, yeah, the U.S. House, passing the Ukraine aid bill. Fucking finally. Here it is, folks. Also, happy 420. We're going to be listening to this Roland Jones 420 mix while we're...
The nays are 58. The bill is passed.
Bill is passed, folks.
Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
So then they do a reconsider motion. The motion.
House
April 20th.
No reconsideration.
Mike Johnson.
It's passed.
Speaker of the House of Representatives.
It's passed. So it's not. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. But this is big. The hardcore fascistic right, the hardest of hardcore. They're all fascist on the right. Straight up, because they all basically agree with Donald Trump's agenda. And don't you worry, we're going to get into that coming up in the U.S. section. Just fix this here. Oh, there it is, right there. Ooh, it's right there. That button's right there. That's nice. But the hardest of hardcore, the ones that would actually be willing to plunge our country into financial chaos by destroying the good name of the U.S. dollar just to make some point about the border when they know damn well that they had their entire border agenda handed to them on a silver platter and they refused it. Quite frankly, I don't see the media calling them out enough on that. I'm consistently seeing right-wingers on mainstream media use the border. It's the most important thing. It's the most important thing to me. The border. And they don't get called out for refusing any kind of, literally their own legislation, literally their own ideas. Basically, if you're a journalist and this right-wing politician is attempting to use the border as an excuse for obstruction, and you're not calling him out for that hypocrisy, you are actually failing at your job. You're actually not good at your job. How can I be terrible at my job? I get paid so much. I'm on TV 100 fucking million hours a day. Every time you turn me on, it's one of these gas bags. How could I possibly be wrong? Anyway, we're not just gonna sit here and watch these farts mull about. Speaking of farts, your boy Trump in the news for stinking it up in court, huh? That's interesting. But yeah, no, this is great. This is this Mike Johnson's on board. We'll see what the Senate does to it, but if this clears the Senate, this is going, right to Joe Biden. And Davey was nice enough to provide us with some information about how quickly did they vote for Israel. I don't know if they voted for that quite yet. I don't think so. It sounds like, and I just saw an interview with Pramila Jayapal, where she said it's very likely that the progressives are going to be not voting for Israel unless there are, the Israeli aid, unless there are conditions. So maybe splitting this up was the best idea, because, we got opposition to various things for various reasons coming from various directions, which would make an omnibus nearly impossible. So maybe splitting them up was the right move. So anyway, I wanted to start at the beginning here with this. Mike Johnson's shockingly pro-Ukraine speech really sticks it to MAGA. So this was on the 19th. This was put out yesterday. So we see him, putting this out here. It was a remarkable moment. After introducing a package of bills that includes military aid to Ukraine, Mike Johnson flatly told reporters on Wednesday that enabling Ukraine to defend itself is in the best interest of of America and the world, which is a direct contradiction of the current extreme MAGA narrative that we're anti-war, we're pro-peace, look at us, we're so pro-peace. I'm going to show you an example of Marjorie Taylor Greene on Bill Barr's, not Bill Barr's, sorry, oh my God, The War Room with, I got Bill Barr on my brain right now, which is a terrible thing. I have him stuck in my head. It'll come to me. Steve Bannon, sorry. The War Room with Steve Bannon. We got Marjorie Taylor Greene on The War Room with Steve Bannon. That's the narrative is, we're so pro-peace. We're anti-war. This is a big waste. No discussion of how it's a big slam dunk for Putin. Of course, none of that, which does make it seem kind of, what's the connection there? What's the connection? And look, if you look at Steve Bannon and his connections to Russia, things start to make a little bit more sense. Yeah, happy 420 indeed. I always feel guilty celebrating such a thing because I'm basically celebrating it every day, so not exactly. It's like an alcoholic going nuts on St. Patty's Day, and it's like, no one's impressed, buddy. You got a problem. But no, anyway, so this is actually really big, because up until, he's been basically towing this line, you know how they are. They're against it until they're totally not, and they do a total 180, and all that other stuff I said wasn't true, and you're lying, and gaslight. So this is really great. This is interesting. At least on Ukraine, they've cracked. And the only way they've done it is because this guy's job is in danger, of course, because the Republicans have set up some cockamamie system that any butthurt bad actor can trigger a process to start a re-election, to find another Speaker of the House, which is absurd. you know, but you know, these that's what that was the deal that Kevin McCarthy made. Apparently Mike Johnson is being held to it as well. I don't know. There does seem to be a much larger opposition. Apparently there's 3 people now on board. Gosar, MTG, who's the other one? Doesn't come to mind, but there's 3 of them now on board to depose him, which really isn't enough to budge right now. But you know, they're very loud. They cluck very loud, and they're on every extreme right-wing media outlet, sounding so indignant, sounding so confident. Welcome back, Ponder Monkey, if I haven't said it. Also, welcome back, Chem Goblin, and number 1 of the chat, Strategy Member. Welcome back, all you lurkers. Hope you're enjoying the news underground. Chip Roy, is he the one? Yeah, I get them all. You know, they're all the same to me. You know, it's like they're not really who they are, so I don't really spend time getting to know them. You know what I mean? What's the point of getting to know some cheap facade? You know, what's the point? Republicans erupt into open warfare over Ukraine aid package. So this is, you know, more of what I was explaining there. Republican divisions over military support for Ukraine were long simmering. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, triggered an all-out split in his party's ranks last week by finally agreeing, after months of stalling, to a floor vote on a $95 billion foreign aid program. And really, Mike Johnson is solely because of his floundering, strategizing, you know, backroom dealing, politicking, extremely anti, you know, it's not very Christian. He has let Ukrainian heroes die on the front lines, being overwhelmed wave after wave after wave. And I have proof. We're going to show you video. 200 plus attacks on some of these positions being held back. And Mike Johnson here, of course. And of course, I mean, we just, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene, we just assume, you know, we just assume. But it's really, he's the one holding the cards. God help us all if it was her. Because if it was her, we'd have full-blown obstruction. Nothing would be getting done, ever. The agenda would be completely insane, too, if she was in charge. If she was the leader of the House. So, very interesting stuff. Passed by the Senate in February. It contained about $60 billion for Ukraine, $14 billion for Israel, a small amount for Taiwan and other Pacific allies. It also included $9 billion, I think, for Palestine, and that was just, I mean, immediately dropped. Remember when does anyone remember? Was anyone watching that when I mentioned that? Palestine was on there, $9 billion. Whoop, that dis-a-fucking-peared super quick, and everyone just agrees. Which is why I think, you know, this is actually a pretty smart idea to keep it separate, because, you know, now we can have a real debate about conditions for Israel, right, on some of this aid, which is that's something that should have happened decades ago, literally. If you've been supporting Palestinian liberation from, you know, Israeli apartheid for a while, this is actually huge. The idea that any Israeli aid is going to be challenged at all in the House, right, at all. Why? Of course, because the lobbies, the power. Right. I mean, a legitimate challenge of, like, you know, not just the few members of the squad saying no, but actual normies as well. Pretty big deal. Johnson's decision to finally break the package to a vote made a highly symbolic break for the GOP's far right. People engineered his elevation to the speaker's chair last October after toppling his predecessor, blah, blah, blah. So that's the history of Republican right wings, reflecting the affinity for their political idol. Yeah, Donald Trump. Yeah, this is all Donald Trump. For the Russian, yeah, some opinion. I mean, yeah, that's the question about the connection, right? What is that fucking Russian connection? Unprecedented as the kid. No, I mean, you know, there's always been a few people, you know, for the last couple, maybe the last decade. You know, the Progressive Caucus, right? Ilham Omar and a few others that have been standing out, but it's like 1 or 2 at best. It's usually lockstep. Oh, it's for Israel. Yep, stamp it. Bernie Sanders, stamp it. You know, stamp of approval. Johnson saying, "I really believe the intel and the briefings that we've gotten." Yeah, you believe them now? I mean, what was inaccurate about them? You know, several months ago. You know, And now look at the job that Ukraine has. Now they're on the back foot. Now not only do they have to, reinforce their defense and, shore up. By the way, this isn't a guarantee, so let's not talk as if the money's on its way yet. It's looking really, really good. I'm about 85%, 90% certain this money's going to get there. Bernie is pro-Israeli. Yeah, I mean, he's not pro-Israel. He's definitely heavily critical, but that's the problem with Bernie is that a lot of jibber jabber, but voting record pretty much 90% in line with the neoliberal agenda. Welcome to fucking hell. Oh, what the fuck is this? All right. Cool with the hey man.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Welcome back, Davin. I'm going to allow blah blah blah, a bunch of bullshit from this fucking bad actor. He's forced into a rock and a hard place. He either does something and keeps his job, or he doesn't do something, and the overwhelming amount of criticism and stink from his failure to do anything to protect American interests and to do anything to stand up against this fringe in his party. Will get more Republicans on board with with his re-election, with him being challenged. So he's kind of rocking a hard place, and he's made the right move because this move allows him to stay in power. But that doesn't mean the Democrats are going to come and save his biscuits every single time here, but they were desperate enough to do it on Ukraine, which is, kudos to them. So this is, I'm sorry we're going to have to listen to this, but this is, this, I just want to, for those who are unaware, I don't show a lot of this woman here because she's an absolute embarrassment to the country. She's literally, embarrassing to me as an American citizen. It's embarrassing that this woman sits in that chair, very similar to how I felt with Donald Trump. It still feels weird. So she's, of course, repeating the, talking point, Ukraine, Nazis, fascism. This is all about fascism now, right? It's, dishonesty, it's very Steve Bannon-esque narrative. Trump's Gettysburg address speech, as it's pretty obvious why he shouldn't be running for office. It's obviously a chemical problem. Well, I mean, it's a very tiring process, court. I'm not trying to make excuses for him. Moscow MTG. I mean, it is the narratives are pretty shocking because she falls right in line with the narrative that it couldn't be more accurate if to the Russian narrative. If it was handcrafted by Putin himself. It's a full justification for defeat, to acquiesce to a larger, what is perceived as a larger empire, I guess. It's pathetic. It's not about, I don't agree with this, what some people are, trying to categorize as like warmongering, like, oh, this is NATO's, preemptive invasion of Russia. Of course, I don't agree with any of that if that's what people are on board for. But this whole idea that we can just let Russia be totally unchallenged on the geopolitical stage, and yes, I understand that's totally hypocritical for the United States, fresh off the Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam, right? America's meddling is legendary. So let's not deny that hypocrisy, but at the same time, it's the devil you want to deal with. Welcome to politics. There's no good answer here. There's no happy answer that'll make you all warm and fuzzy. Oh, that's the right one 100%. But it's the devil you want to deal with. And I would rather deal with, trying to reform the United States from the inside internally using the remnants of democracy, attempting to repair that democracy, buttress that democracy, and allowing that democracy to work, allowing our checks and balances to actually work. Forcing our politicians and lawmakers and those that are in charge to actually follow the laws that are on the book. A big problem that we have right now is just, people that are in charge are just straight up ignoring their duty, and there's really no follow-up. They don't really get in trouble for that. That's a major problem. That's us. We got to hold them accountable. So I'd rather do that than deal with a China or a Russia, replacing the U.S. dollar. It's the power shifting to where one of these, incredibly authoritarian, incredibly frightening when it comes to human rights empires taking over in that primary seat of power frightens me even more than the fascist takeover, the right-wing fascist takeover of democracy. Maybe they're right up there, though, because what happens? What happens to geopolitics? What happens to our fate? As citizens of this country, when a real right-wing authoritarian dictator destroys the remnants of our democracy and institutes a full-blown authoritarian police state for years, common sense out the window. That does change everything. The dangers are there. But anyway, off on a tangent. Welcome back, Memento. Here's something added to the playlist. Kinky Roger Stone's not claiming to be a Christian. Fuck Roger Stone. I'm showing one grifter a day is good enough. But anyway, let's get back to this clip here. This is MTG repeating Russian, talking points. Like I said, this is directly from Russia Today. This, it makes Putin grin ear to ear. But this is what's really great about this clip is that she just so happens to be talking to literally one of the most informed and respected academics on Ukrainian history. They literally, this is like, Destiny up against Norman Finkelstein here, right? We got a guy that, he's done a little bit of his research, but then versus a guy that's dedicated decades of his life to studying this. And there's just a big gulf in knowledge here.
So when you want to talk about misinformation, Mr. Snyder.
I'm sorry. I just love the way that she says information.
So when you want to talk about misinformation, Mr. Snyder, you might actually look a little closer to American media if you don't like what they're saying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, does he have the opportunity to respond to the gentlelady?
Sure.
Yeah.
I didn't ask him a question,
No, her
Mr.
time's
Raskin.
expired.
You asked multiple questions.
I did not ask him a question.
You certainly did. You said, did you see this?
Time has expired. Gentlelady's time's expired.
She's
Chair now
scared. She's scared. She doesn't. What she wanted to do was make her statement to this guy, and make sure that and time it in a way so that he doesn't get a chance to respond. Sound clip, sound bite. She puts it on her social media. Here's why. She was. Mama, you don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. No, that's. I didn't ask him a question. I'm just making a statement. Here's why. Listen to what he has to say.
Recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get into it, it's interesting to hear my colleague just now talk about disavowing white supremacists when in 2022, she spoke at an event led by white supremacist and white nationalist Nick Fuentes, and when asked about it, doubled down on it and said, we're going to focus on people, not labels. So get out of here with that damn hypocrisy. And Dr. Snyder, I'm going to give you some time to respond. Go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to thank the representative from Georgia by making clear with her comments and with her person that any discussion of political warfare has to include Russia, Ukraine, and America. She's just demonstrated that point, I think, very powerfully. On the question of Nazis, I've written 2 books as a historian about Nazis and the Holocaust. On the question of Ukrainian nationalism, I am the leading scholar of that subject in North America and have been writing about it for 20 years.
You got to have some big fat nuts to be saying that, dude. You got to be 100% certain that that is the title you hold to be saying that. You know what I mean? He could be a grifter, he could be a liar, but goddamn, he says that with such certainty, it's hard not to believe him.
If the chamber is interested in the degree of far-right participation in Ukrainian politics, you can be assured that no far-right party has ever crossed 3% 3% in Ukrainian election. So of course,
so this idea that the Ukrainian population's a bunch of Nazis, and they've secretly they got a secret Jew-hating president, and they're all on board. That's why he was so popular. This guy's gonna get him. It's complete nonsense. Of course, it's always been nonsense, but anything that sticks, anything that works, and we still to this day in our chat see bad actors repeating this, denazification, just casually throwing it out there like it has any merit, like it has any truth. Don't believe me? Hey, I get you. Look at me. I get you. I probably couldn't even tie a tie as well as that, right? So, maybe the most preeminent historian on the subject is good enough for you. Oh, wait, it isn't? Oh, really? I'm shocked. I'm shocked to hear by the bad actors that the preeminent expert on this subject is not a good enough source. They know better. Isn't it great? Right? Oh, and now you're going to appeal to authority, huh? It just never ends. It just never fucking ends, right? And that's how we lead. That's how we get to this unreality.
Of course, there are bad people in every country, but by any comparative standard is a very
great. What the fuck? Cool.
Small phenomenon. So to destroying fascism in politics, you can be assured that
nice one, Elon. Oh wait, what the fuck is going on? It's my own headphones. Oh, hold on. That's me. Hold up.
What they're saying.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I am the leading scholar of that subject in North America and have been writing about it for 20 years. If the chamber is interested in the degree of far-right participation in Ukrainian politics, you can be assured that no far-right party has ever crossed 3%. 3% in Ukrainian election. So, of course, there are bad people in every country, but by any comparative standard is a very small phenomenon. In Russia, on the other hand, the army includes openly not.
Sabercat, thank you for bringing up that relationship. It's interesting to see how Milo is flirting with these characters on the outskirts.
Nazi formations, such as Rusich. The government itself is fascist in character, and it is carrying out a war which includes deportation of children by the tens of thousands,
talking about
the
Russia.
Open intention of destroying a state,
yes,
as well as mass torture. So if we're looking for fascism, and if there is anyone who is sincerely concerned about halting fascism and racism, you would wish to halt Russia.
Uber liberal
I
hates
really
Trump,
appreciate
probably.
you bringing up the fact that it has to pass through us, because we just heard it here from my colleague, and here's another tweet from the.
So there you go. Yada, yada, yada. It goes on. It goes on. If you want to see the rest of it, it's right here. Thank you, Davey, for this clip. And, just look, the gaslighters do such a good job. Sometimes it's hard to have an argument, right? On this lie that, Ukraine is made up of a bunch of right-wing Nazis, or their military is made up of a bunch of right-wing Nazis because of the right-wing, the 15% or so of the Azov battalion that are, friendly to those ideas. It's a lie. It's a lie meant to scare you into justifying what is obviously a full-blown, old-school style, colonial style invasion. It's funny they kept going about the Nazi division in Ukraine, which is 800 people. It's like saying all Africa is Boko Haram. Yeah, or I mean, look, there's we got a big right, Christian fascist, Christo-fascist element in the U.S. military, for God's sakes. You know what I mean? So just remember, I just, reinforce this. It's bullshit. Okay, move on. If people are repeating it, it's like, look, you don't want to look it up. You don't want to understand this. That's your own problem. I know it's bullshit. I've seen the fucking facts. Call it Idaho. Is that like Darvo? Yeah, so this is just a clip of him. So this is before the vote. This is, just a sample of kind of the statements being made. And once again, this is a big deal because, it could be a big deal. It could be Pinocchio, grew some wooden balls and figured out how to fucking do his job, how he's gonna maneuver and keep power, basically. Because it seems like he's somewhat ambitious, doesn't want to lose his job and take his toys and go home and fold his arms like Kevin McCarthy. It looks like he's willing to play the game a little bit here. So we'll see, though. So the Democrats are going to bail them out this one time because it's so damn important. You know, the ammo starvation in Ukraine, so damn important, big issue. So you know, is this a harbinger? Is this a thing? God, I got to stop with that. Is this you know, is this a sign of things to come, or is this just a one-time thing? That's for me. That's the question. Well, Idaho, I thought you were using like an acronym or something. Azov Battalion is not the same as the current Azov Brigade. Well, thank you, Chem Goblin, for that correction as well.
I'm doing here what I believe to be the right thing. I think providing lethal aid to Ukraine right now is critically important. I really do.
Lethal aid. Weird way to word it, but okay.
I really do believe the intel and the briefings that we've gotten that I believe Xi and Vladimir Putin and Iran really are an axis of evil. I think they're in coordination on this. I think that Vladimir Putin would continue to march through Europe if he were allowed. I think he might go to the Balkans next. I think he might have a showdown with Poland or one of our NATO allies. To put it bluntly, I would rather send bullets to Ukraine than American boys. My son is going to begin in the Naval Academy this fall. This is a live fire exercise for me, as it is so many American families.
Interesting.
This is not.
Yeah, and he has a oh my God. He has a, you know, an insight into his child that most adults don't. Remember, he has a pornography tracking application that he uses with his son so that they can watch each other's pornography together in a weird way. Check each other, you know. Oh, this isn't that shit was super hot, dude, but you know, not very Christian, bro. Don't send me any more of that unchristian super hot porno, dude. Oh, sorry, Dad. Sorry, I was just cranking one out to it right now. Sorry, I'll stop. Good boy. Am I exaggerating? I don't even know, man. How what other kind of, how, you know, you gotta, you know, normalize this somehow. Is it? Yeah, dude. It's some kind of special Christian weirdo app where they get to, you know, review each other's pornography habits. I swear to God, dude, he does it with his son.
It's not a game. It's not a joke. We can't play politics of this. We have to do the right thing. And
yeah, you've been playing politics with this for fucking months, trying to find any other weaselly way to get out of this, and now you're coming crawling to the Democrats to keep your goddamn job, you piece of fucking trash. Get out of here with your, I learned the facts. You knew the facts months ago, you fucking scumbag.
I'm going to allow an opportunity for every single member of the House to vote their conscience and their will on this.
Oh,
and I think that's the way this institution is supposed to work. And I'm willing to take personal risk for that because we have to do the right thing, and history will judge us.
Yeah.
I'm doing here what I believe.
Yeah. If there is a war, I hope I hope your son's right on the fucking front lines, Mike. So if the money does come through, thank you again, Davey. Sure, use it for the opposite reason. Want to be my accountability partner? Use it for the opposite reason. That's what I'm saying. It probably turns into, that's too hot, son. That was too smoking hot. Better not show me that. Do that again. Yeah, Chem Goblin. It's basically like installing spyware on your phone. But no, if the money does go, if this gets through the Senate, and I'm feeling pretty good. People are feeling pretty good. I'm hearing good things from the grapevine. Here's a report from some guy with a comical amount of fucking cartoonish medals on his fucking coat. Like he fucking earned them. Look, man, I have a strong feeling about these goddamn medals. You have to do combat. All right? The only medals I would ever approve for you to be wearing should be the ones that you earned getting shot at. I hate this idea that, like, I get it. You've worked your whole life in the military. Okay, you know, maybe one. Maybe you get one. But all this, looking like a damn waitress at fucking Applebee's, dog. You got the fucking flare out the window. I'm sorry. I don't mean to disrespect this institution, but I just have a big problem with the fucking flare. If you haven't, you know what I mean? Because, like, if you get your leg blown off, you know, you don't get all these goddamn You don't get all this shit, and like, who made the bigger sacrifice? You know what I mean? Like, I get it. You're a career guy, okay? You're important. You made important decisions. I get that. I get that. You should, okay, you get some pat on the back, and you know, couple of them. But all this, we got guys coming back without their dicks and stuff, man. Anyway, I made my point. Sorry to piss off you know, you pro-military guys. Sorry. But anyway, this is good news. Mr. Military here going to tell us, hey, we can get stuff going like ASAP. So we might see, you know, an expedite. Now that doesn't mean, you know, day 1, day 2, it'll be getting there, but that means, you know, instead of, because I was estimating about 2 months before we see this stuff hit the front lines. We might see that bumped up to a month with a timeline like this.
As you know, we have a very robust
Memento
network.
See what I mean?
That enables us to move material.
It just doesn't seem proportional.
As we've done in the past, we can move within
days. That almost all ribbons are bad.
Again, for operational security reasons, I'm not going to be able to get into the specifics of what that security assistance package could look like. Other than to say it would, of course, include likely
put your balls on the line,
things like air defense and artillery capabilities. As you know, we have a...
All right, so there you go. Blah, 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 blah. Basic gist is that we can get that shit there pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. Another bit of good news here. Those ribbons are boring. They should make you wear heavy ballistic armor or something. That's even more ridiculous. When the commander way in the back he's got the big bulletproof vest on and stuff. I get it though, man. It's like, if you're in a position that could potentially be bombed at any moment, that it makes sense. But if you're in a nice tucked away spot in no danger whatsoever, and you're putting on the body armor like everybody else, and you're not going out there and using it, you know, I don't know why we allow that shit. You know what I mean? To me, that's like, you know, hurting morale. But what do I know? I'm just a fucking civilian. I don't know. Maybe it helps inspire the troops. Practice of ribbons on uniforms often has unintended negative social effects that are contrary to military effectiveness. Yeah. I mean, I get it. It's a sacrifice. Okay, it's not like glamorous, I guess. I guess it can be. But a lot of these guys are like West Point graduates. You know, it's like seeing a spotless pickup truck on the road. Like, what's the point? A spotless pickup truck, unused, untouched by dirt. Right? I don't know. Kyiv destroys Russian long-range bomber used in Odessa attack. So we got video here of this bad boy going down. Going down, down, down. Going down, down, down. Yeah, you might find this distressing if you think Russia's going to end up winning this shit. You might find it distressing. Coming to terms with the fact that Putin isn't in full control yet. Thank you, Gizzard Lips. I better not be a racist thing. Is that a reference to my juicy lips? Yeah. I think the modern army needs Klingon outfits. Big fucking shoulder pads and spikes and shit. With a big, you know, the Worf sachet is pretty slick. That thing that he wears on TNG. Yeah, but you know, look, man, is it, you know, I don't like cheering on the death of anybody, even you know, even enemy soldiers. But once again, I say this every time, but once again, I have to say it. If you don't want to die in you know, in a foreign land for Putin's ego, refuse to serve. That's the best I could tell you. I mean, what can I tell you, man? It's like, you know, Russian society, it's tough. They put you in a rock and a hard place. Because if you refuse service, oh man, your ass is getting beat up and, you know, thrown in some God knows what, some hellhole. Oh yeah, no, Sabercat over here. I didn't want to talk about that. Sabercat posting the link to Elon Musk. So get this, guys. Get this. You break your warranty on your Cybertruck. Look at this. Look at this website. You break your warranty on your Cybertruck if you take it to a car wash. Because it's like untreated aluminum. It's just aluminum. You'll fuck it up with all those chemicals. So apparently, Homeboy.
So what did I?
Homeboy, who looks exactly like the kind of guy who would still be buying into Elon's bullshit and purchasing one of these monstrosities, these Homer mobiles. So he looks exactly the way you expect him to. Fucking Mandalorian shirt. He's got a fucking pin of his probably his doggy at home. And no offense to you know, animal, you know, parents. I have a dog. I love her. She's amazing. But look, man, look, you ruined the whole funky vibe you got going on by putzing around in this fucking monstrosity. You ruined the whole funk. You know what I mean? It just stinks. It's not funky anymore. You just stink. You know what I mean? You're ruining the fun, man.
I do different. Today I went to the beach. I took the dogs. There'll be a video on that when I get to it.
Oh, thank God.
And went home. Took it through the car wash. Make sure all the sand's off. Vacuum the inside. But I noticed there was some sand in the truck bed. So I put the tonneau cover up and I just hosed off the sand in there. And there seemed to be little slots.
Okay, look, I mean, yeah, no, the trunk is a contained space. You're not supposed to spray water. That's not. What? Look, even on regular cars, you're not supposed to just blast your trunk with fucking water, dude. What? Okay, so this guy's also a fucking idiot. All right, okay.
That's the only thing I've done that's different. Then I pulled it in the garage and nothing.
Yeah, your battery is I think the battery is right underneath there. It's a whole plate underneath. There's probably nothing much between the trunk and the plate there. A bunch of fucking water seeped through directly on his battery.
We are a couple minutes in. Should have had a little T up here by now and a new display. Nothing.
Yeah, you get what you deserve, dude. By the way, Teslas are also, I think I have this queued up in US, but the Cybertrucks are getting recalled. And I showed this, I think, a couple streams ago. I showed footage of this guy complaining like, oh, dude, like my Tesla's falling, or my Cybertruck's falling apart already. And he showed the gas pedal, the plastic cover on the gas pedal slips up, perfectly catches the gas pedal and holds it down in a perfect way. Like, you know, it's like, and you could like kick it to undo it. But if in like a panic situation, your murder machine, your machine designed to kill human beings is now careening out of control, and you know you have to, you know, it's panicking, right? Anyway, nice, fucking yeah. Bomber used an Odessa attack. Looks fancy, looks expensive. Now it's rubble. Yeah, so I wanted to show this. This was a comment I saw on Reddit. It's Mandalorian helmets. Yeah, Ace, yeah. It does have cruise control. Yeah, fully depressed. Uber cruise control, he calls it. And not much of a crumple zone, let alone stop you if you hit a wall. Yeah, but I mean, you can sail through a crowd of human beings and to completely eviscerate them. I mean, it's only a matter of time before some right-wing psychopath hops in one of those things with his fucking AR-15, goes on a fucking rampage while blasting the Joe Rogan Experience, firm believer of producing less new fuel cars, but I think the best way is to keep older vehicles on the road and well maintained. I totally agree, Memento. In fact, I'm really quite surprised that there isn't a bigger desire for people to like take some of these classic cars and have like electric motor kits that you could put into these vehicles. You know, driving around in a, 1950s car, but all the guts inside are all new, It can't be that difficult. I've always wondered about that. And I have seen one operation doing it with some specific classic cars. But it's like, I would like to see more of that. And the other thing that I would like to see, including with video game manufacturers as well, is, just make the classic, make a fucking Mustang again. Make the 1969 Mustang from Bullitt. Brand new. Don't change a fucking thing to how it looks. Don't change a goddamn thing to how it looks. All modern on the inside, brand new. It's the new 1969 Mustang, electric. It really wouldn't be a Mustang if it was electric, though. That bitch you need a V8 in that bitch. I'm sorry, you need a fucking V8 in a Mustang. I'm sorry. But you know what I mean? Same thing with video game makers. How come Nintendo isn't just putting out making more Super Nintendos? People love that shit. Oh, you're not going to sell them? Bullshit. Oh, Nintendo's not going to sell we brought it back. We're selling it. We're selling more of them. I'll buy that shit. Tell you what, it would certainly bring the price down on old hardware. All right, so anyway, back to enough of my rant. Yeah, they made a mini version. Come on. I'm talking just put out the fucking thing. Just put out the fucking thing. What, did we forget how to make video game? Oh, it's a classic technique, from the ancients only knew it, The stone tablets that contained the information on how to make a fucking Super Nintendo were destroyed in World War 17. All right, enough of my ranting. I wanted to show this Reddit comment about Mike Johnson because it perfectly encapsulates exactly what I'm talking about. So, the article was just, in a way, kind of praising Mike Johnson for this decision. This person saying, no, Mike Johnson's shockingly pro-Ukraine speech is an admission that after months and months of delay tactics, which cost the lives of thousands of Ukrainians, he doesn't have the votes to prevent an aid package from passing. This is an evil man who successfully bought Russia the time it needed, and now he's in self-preservation mode. Exactly. Fuck him. It's not often I hope hell is real, but I'll make an exception for him. No, that's exactly how I feel in this Mike Johnson situation. RDJ did make a show about it. Oh, about converting vehicles to electric? Oh, great. Cool. Robert Downey Jr.? Yeah, this guy's amazing. Jesus Christ. Can you stop being so fucking cool, dude? Can you stop being, awesome for a second? I want to hate your guts because you're like a Hollywood phony. And you don't really have much of an opinion on politics either, which is kind of a bitch move. Right? I don't have a lot of respect for celebrities that are, they're kind of scared to talk about politics because they know it hurts their bottom line. But yeah, that's fucking cool. Good job, Robert Downey Jr. You're awesome. But yeah, back to this. Like I said, this encapsulates exactly how I feel. Greetings from south of Boston. It's your boy, Lenny. Motherfucking slickest OG on the goddamn planet. Welcome back, Lenny. It's good to see you. #1 financial contributor, but Al Rakabi's catching up, as it should be. Wow. 2 people have garbage fuel merch. That's amazing. I think there's 3. Didn't I send some merch to somebody? Okay, so this is another link from your boy Davey. Big props, hopefully Davey will stop in. But big props to you, Davey, for all these wonderful links in the Discord. Thank you so much. If you want to join the News Underground in the Discord, that's where things get real, where we hash this stuff out, talk it out, and I get your real opinions. Thank you, Davey, for being here. Playing his Xboxy. What are you playing? Some sports title? What are you playing, huh? Some lame sports title? You better be playing something cool. My mouse pad that I have still used for gaming Yeah, my mouse pad is disaster, dude. I literally have pits and craters on this thing. All right, Modern Warfare 3 Zombies. I'll accept it. I'll accept it. It's a damn good gameplay loop. God, Modern Warfare Zombies is a damn good gameplay loop. But anyway, back to this clip. The Russian losses in, I don't know, Novo Mykolaiv are just insanity. So, we're not going to see any dead bodies here. So, no trigger warning necessary. Wearing the abandoned nihilism shirt. Yo, yeah, do it, dude. I got to get a better shirt, dude. That's the Dirty Crackhead collab shirt. I got to get a better one. But thank you, Lenny. So you can expect a new version of that, a cleaner version, if you want multiples. But let me know if you ever want help setting up your own merch store. Super easy with Stream Elements. It's absolutely ridiculous. You literally put anything on a t-shirt. It's absolutely absurd. The shit that you can get away with. I got one of my t-shirts has a bare ass on it. Good stuff. But no, folks, this is why Mike Johnson is a complete douchebag, because he's been twiddling his thumbs while the heroes on the Ukrainian front line have been, I swear to God, doing the impossible. And once again, I need to repeat this. In my entire lifetime, I've never seen an army fight like this. And of course, it's because it's an existential fight. You think these guys are fucking around? You think these guys are gaslit about whether they're right-wing fascists, about whether this is a fight for freedom, or this is, this is the United States using Ukraine as a proxy to invade Russia? They know what's going on. Nova Mykolaiv. Thank you. Halivka. You know what I'm saying? These frontline guys, these guys that are risking it all, they know what they're fighting for. There's no confusion. Their only frustration is with the so-called allies. And I'm sure there's frustrations as well, internally. It's not like it's not like working at Google over there. Their Ukrainian military, sometimes they don't have their priorities right. They make mistakes. All right, we had a leadership change up. But I wanted to preface all this video with that. I want you to see just how crazy this is. Each one of these numbers is an attempt, is an attack. Okay? Trying to take a position. Each one of these, tick, 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 you're going to see all of these. Wave after wave after wave. Dozens of soldiers, they get nuked, dude. They get completely wasted, and then just another wave shows up. Another wave shows up. Sometimes they get a little closer. Sometimes they fail utterly. Right? The whole time, for months, holding it down while Mike Johnson checks the updates on his fucking porn app with his son. Disgusting. Okay. I don't, we're just not going to do, no, I just don't like that. No, I don't like the fucking, as you can see here, look at all these, assault after assault after assault. You follow Andrew's YouTube. Who's Andrew? Andrew Tate? This guy. No. Oh no, this guy. No, I don't know. No, I let the algorithm do its thing, but I like to like and subscribe to, stuff as well. No, I don't tweet. I've thrown Twitter in the trash. But look at this. Look at this. Look at the enormity of this. Over and over again. Tank after tank after tank. Probably the most informative I've seen. Okay. All right. Well, I'll give him a follow here on X. I don't really check X though, Look at this. Over and over and over again. It does not stop. Some of these guys, they don't get rotated for I think this is the amount of vehicles. I don't think it's the amount of assaults. But each vehicle might as well represent an assault, right? Maybe not. Maybe that's not accurate. So I think what we're looking at is tanks and APCs, something like that. But this just gives you an idea of what these Ukrainians are up against. Wave after wave after wave after wave, and it just keeps coming. Andrew Perpetua, huh? If you think I deserve a tip, I need to do that. Get that set up very soon. There's the Twitter, folks, if you want to check it out. Thank you again, Davey. It just blows my mind, man. You know, I mean, any other military would just be like, okay, whatever, take it. I don't care. You know, I don't, you know, whatever we're fighting for, it's not worth it. But that is not the case with these Ukrainians. They really do feel like this is it. This is our chance. We either get liberation or domination for the next umpteen decades. Yeah, the javelins, all that stuff. His Twitter is meh. His YouTube is very in-depth. All right, Devin, take a look. So Jake here just reporting that, you know, Donald Trump, you know, made this statement right here. Blah, 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 blah. I fill my diapers every day. I, you know, dream about having sex with my daughter. You know, he mentions all the, you know, all the talking points, but he basically, in a way, says, you know, we have to do this. He's saying, you know, well, if I was in charge, this wouldn't even be happening, and I could fix it immediately. So, you know, this is all a big failure by Joe Biden. But because we're in it, but because Joe Biden has forced us into this, we should do it this way. Okay, we should help them out. So, in his own roundabout way, saying, you know, knock it off. This is bad. This is, you know, hurting my politics. Go for it. This is the narrative to use. Aren't as advanced as Ghana, huh? Okay. It would be interesting to see the same data for a wider area. Oh, yeah, I agree, Memento. I'm sure someone has it. So, wanted to show this. Ran into this here from the Sun. I know it's the Sun, but she was not my daughter. I would date her, aka I will make it legal. I mean, it's all documented. It's all documented strategy. And it's, you know, it's not like, so yeah, he made that comment like a million years ago. Okay, that's one thing. No. While he was in office, there was an incident where, you know, that's been documented where, you know, the people were like, you know, had to remind him, like his staff had to remind him that he's talking about his daughter. Anyway, we won't dwell on it because we're talking about a hero. This, you know, this is the, you know, this is an example of a frontline soldier, fought to the very end. You know, who knows, maybe in one of those, but I just wanted to show that first clip first before talking about this, just to give you an idea of what they're up against. What Mike Johnson has been enabling, what Donald Trump has been enabling, but what, you know, Steve Bannon and Marjorie Taylor Greene have been enabling. This heroic woman literally doing everything she can to hold them back. And, you know, a mother. And she made the ultimate sacrifice. Made the ultimate sacrifice. True badass. True badass.
Героям слава!
Люблю, короче, я оттепель. I love the thaw. Yeah, that mud is legendary.
Классно, классно вообще. Божественно.
What a badass. What a badass. I mean, how many times have you seen, you know, how many times have you seen, you know, videos of them, you know, looking, and, you know, she's obviously totally miserable. But what a sense of humor. What an amazing woman. Ekaterina Whiskey Shrenkovich. Karenko, age 30. Age 30. Was gunned down 2 months ago, but her death was confirmed today as her remains were only just retrieved. Position overrun. Guarantee you they were doing everything they could. One of the waves slipped through, right? Probably attacking one wave and another wave slipped through. Ukrainian sniper. She reportedly died fighting with the sniper platoon during the Battle of Avdiivka, probably hit with artillery. A highly decorated sniper has been honored with Ukraine's Order of Courage, General Staff Golden Cross, and Cross of Valor. And you see what I mean? She's earned it. She should wear those medals with pride. Hopefully she's buried with them. These fruity-ass generals walking around, you know, haven't even lived a day without a hot shower, walking around like a goddamn Christmas tree. I'm sorry to keep going back to that, but it just bothers the hell out of me. The mom and professional cyclist is now claimed by Russia to be the 6th female Ukrainian sniper to be killed during Vladimir Putin's brutal war. Reports say she died fighting with the sniper platoon of Ukraine's 53rd Separate Mechanized Brigade during the Battle of Avdiivka, won by Russia in February. Right in the middle of the ammo starvation, right in the middle of right-wing obstruction, when they needed it the most. But with that said, Avdiivka was just another Bakhmut. It was, you know, without proper air support, without major shift in the United States and how they want to escalate. Avdiivka was likely always lost, at least for now. You know, it's interesting. Russia is desperately trying, you know, just like Bakhmut, they were desperate to try and take Avdiivka for Putin's election. Propaganda win, but it's not a strategic win. And it's a great opportunity for Ukraine to take advantage of that. While they're dumping resources into a less important place, you can, you know, set up a strike in a weaker area that's more strategically important. But they didn't have the resources to do that. They had just enough resources to survive. You know, do a strategic pullout as best they can, hurting them as hard as they can. The combat situation was such that the bodies of the woman and her brothers in arms remained deep buried behind the lines of the Russian invaders, which made it impossible to return them home, Ukrainian news outlet Fakti reported. Family friend and military volunteer Yuri Slobensky was saddened to report Shrinkarenko's loss defending Ukraine and said she would always remain 30. She died on February 22nd, along with her group, while repelling an enemy breakthrough during the withdrawal of our troops from Avdiivka, he said. Yeah. And, you know, we did a deep dive in Avdiivka, and there was definitely, you know, some repeat of some of the mistakes of Bakhmut, but there was also evidence that they had learned a lot from Bakhmut, and we're trying to, you know, do a more orderly retreat. But honestly, I still feel like they waited too long. That, you know, they really did wait until too many Ukrainians were partially surrounded and forced into a choke point to escape at the last second. And we saw it with our own eyes. Like, literally, Ukrainians, you know, running out of Avdiivka, artillery explosions happening around them. We showed the footage. There's only this week that we managed to return them home, and yesterday we completed all official identification procedures. Huge special thank you goes out to those who returned her body. Cherenkenko, known as Caddy, was born in Kramatorsk, Donetsk region, but lived with her family in Ostro City in the Ravine region. Her call sign was Whiskey. cyclist, just a total badass. Just a total badass. Sharon Kenko is survived by her husband, Andrei Bozko, and son, Dennis, age 6. She is seen in footage declaring through the window of a car, "Glory to Ukraine." She hears back, "Glory to the heroes." The young sniper is also seen in the front line in her uniform, enjoying the mud after the winter snow melted. I love the thaw. Cool, really cool. So we saw all that. There you go. So remember that. You know, when you see Mike Johnson, I was convinced by the evidence, and now I'm giving an opportunity for everybody to vote their conscience. He's a liar. If you want to know more about that, it's right there. Moving on. Wanted to show this image right here. I ran across, it was captioned "The Price of Freedom." What we see here, this is an area in Ukraine, but this is the medical triage area, as you can see. The price being paid every single day by Ukrainian soldiers. And I'm not saying this is avoidable, with the United States. It's not like this is, this isn't a dangerous job and people are going to get killed regardless. Once again, the sacrifice is real. And, once again, I need to point this out that even now, I don't think the Biden administration is taking this as seriously as they should. They themselves are still playing politics, meekly holding off on certain things. Get some planes in the air, for the love of God. Look, if you don't have the balls to put American pilots in there, then you just give the goddamn planes to the Ukrainians. They got pilots ready to go. So we have two stories here. Wanted to show this interesting DW video. It's very appropriate. We were talking about right-wing extremists in the Ukrainian military. So we have this other kind of vein of strange bedfellows, kind of flowing through this as well with Ukraine. They got a bunch of rowdy extremist Russians who know how to kill, who are military trained, and they're not welcome in Russia. Their agenda is to overthrow Russia, ironically, but it's not like they want to overthrow Russia to make it more peaceful. They want to go harder. So it's the enemy of my enemy is my friend situation. And we've seen Ukraine use them, quite frankly, use them in a very brilliant way. Because here you have an eager and ready death machine. That is, you got the separation, the plausible deniability. It wasn't Ukraine, remove the patches, obviously. Right, but you can easily gaslight about that. Be like, oh well, what do you mean they got their weapons from Ukraine? What do you mean there's obviously U.S. supplied weapons given to these guys? No proof. Gaslight, no proof. You can gaslight your way through that. So you have an opportunity to commit atrocities with with an entity here to get revenge, and you don't do that. You instead use these guys to. It's almost goofy. It's almost kind of clownish, or kind of like this is what they do. They literally send these guys to go into some of these Russian border towns and just temporarily occupy the town. Right, all the Russians, they get out of there because they're afraid they're going to get butchered. But they don't do that. There's some skirmishing, if they do get into a fight, it's like with local police or border patrol, military. But what they do is they show just how vulnerable Russia actually is if a real invasion were to actually go down. How wide open some of their defenses are. Aside, this Russian idea that they're going to be protected. The Russian town halfway to Moscow are getting rolled by a bunch of psychopaths that are being held in check by Ukraine. That's basically saying, look, well, we're going to use you for this. We're going to do this. You're going to put yourself in danger. You can go ahead and pretend. They did the same thing that Putin does in the Donbass, right? This is the independent region of fucking Vodkaville, right? Whatever fucking Slav vodka Leningrad, right? And so that they create a bunch of chaos, and then just as quickly as it begins, they fucking haul ass out of there. They haul ass back to Ukraine, which is kind of brilliant, because it kind of it does the fear thing, it does the it does the embarrassing of the Russian military, and then I'm pretty sure these guys are also used, of course, on the front lines, to fight. But it's just been interesting to see the dynamic, like how do you utilize these extremists, and let's not get it twisted. These guys are the Nazi tattoo Russian, they got their own nationalist agenda. Like I said, very dangerous individuals. What do you do with them? It's not like the will of the people are secret agents, like the Republican plan on January 6th of February, Antifa. Yeah, so Kremlin says Georgia's foreign agents. Yeah. We don't talk about Georgia too often. We should definitely do that. I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the Discord. And then maybe next go round later this week we can do bring up Georgia here, because we haven't talked about Georgia in quite some time. Got an article here from Chem Goblin, though, just before we watch this video. Interesting. I didn't know this about the Azov battalion. Azov asked to remove them from the blacklist for receiving Western weapons. So that's it. I've never heard of this, and it's quite a shame, because it's quite a good rebuttal. I doubt this is mentioned too often on the Intercept. Right, that the Azov battalion has apparently been blacklisted from receiving Western weapons. So this incredibly effective, and they have been very effective on the battlefield, this incredibly effective battalion group, whatever it is, have been using the Cold War Ukrainian stuff, the stuff that they already have, and all the other battalions are getting access to, probably not all of them, but they're getting access to some of the newer stuff. I had no idea that Azov was being blacklisted, and here they are saying, come on, man, give us some of this good shit. Okay, we see, there's about to be a massive injection of aid, and really, you're not going to give us anything. You're not going to give us anything for real. I said in the Discord, what I would like to see from this is, we'll take you off the blacklist, but you have to agree to two things. The first thing you have to agree to is you have to allow us to check every member's body for fascist tattoos and remove them. And the second change would be that you're not allowed to get a fascist tattoo, or else you'll be dishonorably discharged from your unit in the future. That, look, we'll never be able to change an ignorant racist's heart. Truly, right? We can, sometimes maybe, right? But for the grand majority of them, their mind is made. What we should encourage is that you have to keep that shit to yourself. You ignorant bigot. Welcome back to the closet. Okay? We're not going to be, there's no amount of words that can change some of these guys' minds about how they feel about others. But they shouldn't be allowed to parade proudly with those views and fight under the flag of Ukraine. They put those Ukraine flags right on their uniform, right next to some heinous ass patches sometimes. Straight up Nazi shit right next to the Ukraine flag. It's a disgrace. And like I said, only about 15% or so. But that's enough. That's enough for bad actors to take those images and create a narrative that's not real. And we're still fighting it, and we're still fighting against it. So this is interesting. I'm not going to go into it here, but the commander of the Azov Special Purpose Brigade, Denis Propachenko, called for the brigade to be excluded from the bill on U.S. defense appropriations because it does not allow Azov to provide Western weapons. Prokopenko, in a column for the Ukrainian Pravda, quote, "Nonsense. This is the first word that comes to mind in the context of the current ban of the transfer of Western weapons to Azov." Well, look, man, you got to do something about this. Do something about the tattoos. Do anything. Do any symbolic anything. Instead of just, hand-waving it away and making excuses for it. Do something about it. Yeah, I mean, Sabercat, they're all over the place. 2017 to present, a number of U.S. appropriations bills contain the following amendment. No funds provided by this act may be used to provide weapons training, other assistance to the Azov Battalion. I mean, that's rough. That's rough, but that's the politics of it, man. That's how effective that smear is. But this also shows the weakness of Joe Biden. You know, that he knows this isn't he knows this is bullshit. But he capitulates. And I guess he doesn't really have much of a, when you're negotiating, right? This would be one of the things you could negotiate with, like, oh, okay, we can soften the blow a little bit. Leave out the Azov Battalion specifically. But this just hurts Ukraine's battle effectiveness. Because like I said, the entire Azov Battalion is not right-wing, is not fascist. Only a chunk of it. Boudin. iPlatinum, you're funny. So clever. All right, so let's get into it here. Let's watch this really amazing DW segment here on, like I said, the Ukrainians' use of Russian extremists, to be, kind of, it's just an interesting wrinkle on the battlefield, these guys. It's an interesting resource to have.
At the beginning of March this year, 3 independent Russian militias At the beginning of March this year, 3 independent Russian militias took up arms against their own state. Ukraine supports the groups, but distances itself from their operations, stressing they act independently and have their own objectives. DW correspondent Max Sander met the leader of one of these militias who sees the war as
that's just a lie, but that's where the separation comes in, right? Because like if these guys were really left to their own devices, there'd be a whole lot more dead civilians. The discipline that they show, going after the military targets and then orderly leaving organized, and no. Leave these guys to their own devices, and it's a bloodbath.
An opportunity to overthrow the government in Moscow and create a Russia according to his own right-wing extremist views.
Good luck, buddy.
Denis Nikitin has a security detail wherever he goes. He says Russian President Vladimir Putin wants him dead.
There is no other opposition left in Russia. We are the opposition, and I think we made that very clear.
Denis Nikitin is the founder of the Russian Volunteer Corps, a militia fighting alongside Ukraine. They took part in an incursion into Russia last month, attracting significant pushback.
Soldiers, equipment, and armored vehicles. All of this was brought in from other parts of the front line. This equipment missing somewhere else made it easier for our Ukrainian comrades.
Is he speaking German?
Just hours after the incursion, Moscow announced it had been thwarted. In reality, the fighting lasted many days.
See what I mean?
Fighting on its own territory, not exactly Moscow's plan. Yet, the Ukrainian authorities want to distance themselves from the operation.
These were exclusively citizens of Russia or former citizens of Russia who, as a matter of fact, conducted and directly participated in hostilities. It was their initiative, it was their decision, and it was their planning. Strictly speaking, the representatives of the armed forces of Ukraine did not issue a single order to cross the border or invade the territory of Russia. Of course, there was support. Of course, there was coordination.
3 Russian units said they carried out the attack. They were together on the battlefield and at this press conference. But wanting to hurt Putin's Russia is where their commonality ends. The Legion Freedom of Russia is seen as liberal. The Siberian battalion is made up mainly of minorities from Russia. Nikitin's Volunteer Corps describes itself as nationalist and has a far-right agenda.
We see us as fighting a war of national liberation. Russia, the Russians, are suffering under Putin. The country is flooded with migrants. We can see the consequences.
No, they're not good guys. They're not progressive good guys fighting for democracy. ironically, if they were in charge, they would probably be invading Ukraine.
With terrorist attacks and an extremely tense situation, with crime similar to Germany, France, or England.
Nikitin moved to Germany in his late teens. He became a well-known figure in the European neo-Nazi scene. His cap is from his White Rex fashion line, popular with neo-Nazis. He also organized and took part in mixed martial arts events, which drew participants from all over Europe. Today, Nikitin is banned from entering the Schengen zone,
so what do you do with
which
these
covers
guys?
29 European countries.
You know, he's motivated, he's trained. What do you do with him? If you don't do anything with him, you know, guys like that will commit terrorism. So, rather brilliant how the Ukrainian military is utilizing these guys.
But he says he's also fighting to protect the people who've rejected him.
But they are fascists.
Despite my conservative political and traditional views, I, as well as my comrades, risked our lives. We serve as a shield that protects even the decadent ways of life in Europe and the West. And that is a very important fact.
Same shit everywhere.
Russia justified its invasion of Ukraine with the lie
Does he look like
that
the
it was
master race?
denazifying it. This in a country where the far right doesn't
Where's
hold
fucking
a
fanny
single
pack?
parliamentary seat. Ukraine cooperating with neo-Nazis might seem counterintuitive.
Why do we work with these people and that we want to save our lives? Because our priority is our country, our people, our territory, our independence. And actually, let's win first, and then we'll decide. Did we do it right or wrong?
For now, the enemy of Ukraine's enemy counts as some kind of friend.
Well, Max Sander filed this report and joins us now in the studio. Max, you talked to the leader of one of those Russian militias. Who joins them, and what are they after?
Right, so I think in general it's an interesting question as to what foreigner comes to Ukraine to fight and support Ukraine in this war. Especially in the beginning of the war, we saw a lot of people who were some seeking for an adventure, others really there for a purpose, trying to help. Now we see a lot of foreign fighters who are in for the money, actually. And with the Russian fighters, some of these factors may apply also, but the common denominator that all these groups have is that they want to bring down the Russian regime, want to bring down Vladimir Putin. Now, when we look at two of the groups, the Russian Legion, Freedom of Russia, and the Siberian Battalion, which was just recently formed. They are mainly fighting groups. They have more liberal values. If we look at RDK, the leader, Denis Nikitin, who you just saw in that report, it is a fighting group. It is a militia, but it's also a political movement of the very far right. Members of this group are at least on the very right spectrum of conservatism, if you can call it that, but they also harbor neo-Nazis, including leader Denis Nikitin. He has a political agenda. He has a political view. He wants to change Russia. He wants to create a Russia for ethnic Russians, for white people. He is against migration, and he wants to develop as a political power in the Russian opposition. Now, I think it's also important to mention that not everybody in RDK has a political ambition like him. Some of them see themselves merely as fighters, but they are not reluctant to fight alongside these people.
All right, strange bedfellows for sure for Ukraine.
Yeah, apparently condensed milk is kind of a Russian thing. I know Atomic Heart has condensed milk as one of the health items. He cracks open the tin and takes a couple sips out of this, milky condensed milk out of a looks like a food tin, but it's like for milk.
Ukraine admits to working with them, but to what extent do they really cooperate and coordinate?
Right. So, of course, there has to be cooperation and coordination. These militias are based in Ukraine. They cross the border, and this is not the first cross-border incursion that has happened from Adika and from the Legion, as far as we know. There is support from the leadership. This has been green-lighted from the very top of the Ukrainian leadership.
We got it in the U.S. and
with
Canada,
training, military intelligence.
Most people use it for baking.
Vets, the new recruits, make sure there are no spies. There is also help with equipment. Now, the main selling point of the Ukrainians, though, is that these are Russian citizens fighting in Russia. They say once they cross the border, they are on their own. They can do what they want. This is a very comfortable way of seeing this.
If that was the case, like I said, we'd have body piles, right? We'd have atrocities, little buchas happening in Russia. But no, these guys are very organized. They're not left to their own devices. It's very clear to me, from my perspective, that it's like a quid pro quo. Look, we'll give you some APCs, we'll give you some, some rifles, ammo, rocket launchers, we'll give you some of the good shit. But you go here, you go for this long, and then when we tell you to come back, or you go here for this long, for this amount of time, you get your ass back over here. You don't kill or rape civilians, you don't rob them, you don't break into their homes and steal things. You don't do any of that. You go there, you do your job, and then you get the hell back out of there. And so far, they've done that almost to a T. Russians, they're like, they bail, they get the hell out of there, a lot of them. But I'm sure there's civilians that are left over there, but no civilian is targeted. And, the only people that die are the people wearing uniforms, which isn't great. It's something, but it's better than, like I said, a bunch of little mini buchas everywhere. More buchas are happening in Middle Russia. There's a demobilized Russian guy who had his entire house ransacked while he was gone. Oh, wow. Wow. You get your dick blown off on the front lines, come back and your house has been ransacked and no one gives a shit. Wow. What a nice gift for a veteran. Infuriates me that Russia cannot be friends with ordinary countries. It's complicated. It's complicated. It's not like the United States has ever treated Russia with any kind of respect. NATO has ever treated Russia with any kind of respect. But at the same time, it's not like that respect has really been, after Gorbachev, there really hasn't been any kind of attempt to earn that respect. So it's kind of a double-edged sword here. Two empires butting heads and neither one of them wanting to budge.
For the Ukrainians, of course, they can distance themselves from the actions that are being carried out on Russian territory in front of Moscow, but also in front of the allies who don't want an escalation and who don't want Ukrainian troops on Russian territory. If you ask the question as to why the Ukrainians are actually cooperating with these groups in the first place, is they are in a very difficult position. They need all the help that they can get. You could also argue that the Ukrainians are just using them and they could drop them at any point if they wanted to. And it does play into the propaganda, of course, that the Russians are saying, okay, Ukraine is
Israel. Okay.
Needs to be denazified.
Needs to be denazified. So this gives it just a little tiny bit of truth, though. This is a relatively small group, and I believe the benefits outweigh the negatives for the Ukrainians here, though, because the Russian propaganda is going to do what the Russian propaganda does.
Yeah, they're going to lie about it
anyways.
Yeah, and let's talk about the effect this has had in practical terms. Has that
once again? It's all about the civilian casualties. This would not fly. This would not fly if they were doing little buchas over there in Russia. United States would be like, dude, absolutely not. So the fact that they're just harassing these military targets and then getting out of there is key to the continued successful use of these maniacs.
Made any change to the status quo on the battlefield, on the ground for Ukraine, which is on the back foot right now?
Right. So this was a limited military operation. This was an incursion that lasted a few days, more than a week, most likely, started March 12. The groups crossed the border into the southern Russian provinces, and they took some territory there. Why the Ukrainians are actually cooperating with these groups in the first place is they are in a very difficult position. They need all the help that they can get. You could also argue that the Ukrainians are just using them, and they can drop them at any point if they want.
take it out of context. Touching tips. Touching Look, it's a ice cap. It's a frozen coffee treat. I need to keep breaking it up or it turns into a solid lump. You guys have a dirty mind.
Fought against the Russian troops. They managed to hold territory for some time, make some prisoners.
Yeah, memento.
And most importantly, they got the attention of the Russians. So the Russians had to divert their attention, had to divert troops there to counter this incursion. But then, very important to stress here, these groups are small. We don't know how big they actually are, but these could be a few hundred, a few thousand at max. This is not
Blue
a significant
brother, you're wrong.
military force. What is more important is not the military effect, but the propaganda effect. We're sitting here talking about what happened there. And in Russia, there wasn't a reaction as well. People had to be evacuated. The Russian president had to acknowledge that there is opposition, that there are Russians in his country, though he says these are puppets that belong to the West. But they had to acknowledge that this situation exists, and they had to. And President Vladimir Putin promised to hunt these fighters down, and there were retaliatory strikes, airstrikes against many Ukrainian cities as a consequence there too.
Fascinating story. That was our correspondent, Max Senna. Thank you so much for.
No, that was very interesting. Very good report. So, I mean, Blue Brother, you're wrong. Russia is not going to win. But, just to answer your question, what will future diplomatic relations with Russia look like? It would continue to escalate. I mean, that's what people are saying is that, win or lose, the United States, the West, NATO, Europe, we're going to have to get bloody. And it's like, do we let the Ukrainians do the work for us, or do we get in there? Because, it's not going to stop with Ukraine. I don't think it would be instantaneous. I don't think it would immediately be, okay, Kyiv is secured, and then let's immediately, like Hitler style, World War II style, is immediately invade another country. I think there would be a period of, peace while Russia is kind of licking its chops, regaining its strength, declaring victory, all that, the big powerful, and then, picking its next target carefully. But I do feel like it would embolden Russia, to take another non-NATO state. Baltics, I think, is people say all the time. I think it would be Moldova. I think it would be a really quick weekend trip over to Moldova, snag that bitch right there. Yeah, I do believe that. I don't think it'll happen instantly. Like I said, I don't think it would, like I said, be like a Germany style blitzkrieg or anything like that. But I do think it would be a pre-stage for the. And then what's the West going to do? On top of that, we would have to also start to seriously consider Taiwan. China. I have video showing this from China Uncensored. China is every single day testing the limits of sovereignty for Taiwan, in their airspace and in their ocean space there, and they're absolutely they would absolutely learn how far they can push the West if Ukraine were to fall, and I think it's very likely that we would see some kind of strategic invasion into Taiwan. But it's hard to speculate. It's hard to speculate. China is actually, not nearly as stupid as Putin's Russia. That one's still on the table for me. But lessons would be learned that, look, this is the limits of the Western consensus. This is how far you can push them. This is what you can take. If it's not protected by NATO, you're screwed. One thing we might see, now that I'm talking about it, one thing we might see is, Ukraine falls. We might see Taiwan, expedited into NATO, in an unprecedented fashion, even though China would probably try to declare war against Taiwan or something, which would make it impossible normally for Taiwan to join NATO. But we might see something where immediately Taiwan joins up with NATO. But it would be devastating. It would be devastating, is to answer your question, is that it would be devastating for I mean, certainly for the U.S. empire and the Western consensus, the European empire, certainly. But I think it would also be, you know, bad for the, like it or not, you know, the Western empire's dominance of the globe has created a kind of peaceful kind of status quo. That status quo could be challenged in a very real way, you know, affecting the dollar, World War III kind of shit, right? That kind of, you know, edging closer to that. So I wanted to show this here because we're always showing reporting from Ukraine, and I wanted to kind of rally the troops and let people know that reporting from Ukraine is currently being attacked by YouTube, you know, the usual bot attacks, you know, gaming the moderation systems against these channels. He apparently, you know, does an amazing amount of work every single day, translating several of these. He has several YouTube channels in different nationalities so that this information can be, you know, given to as many people from as many different countries as possible. All of those channels have apparently been shut down temporarily. It does look like maybe the worst is over and that he has been able to get his channel back, because we see here from April 18th we have a video, and hopefully we have one, yeah, from one day ago. This is the April 18th, so that was the latest one. So still trying to hold it down, but this channel might be in danger. So please make sure you like and subscribe to the Telegram. This channel is demonetized, but it's up. All right, so there you go. Just needs that help and support all the more. Make sure you're helping out reporting from Ukraine. Essential battlefield frontline information. No bullshit, no bias, just telling us what's happening. Very important resource. Thank you, Sweet Sugar, for that follow. Yeah, Blue Brother, I agree with that statement. So let's just go ahead and hear. This is just a 1-minute video. Because I'm constantly using his content, I feel it's only right to, you know, when he's having an emergency situation, to, you know, try to signal boost that a little bit. So please just, you know, humor me here.
Hello, everyone. This is a quick update on the fate of this channel. For those who have not seen the previous video, in short, there seems to be a massive bot attack on all reporting from Ukraine channels, which has triggered YouTube's automated system and caused a chain reaction in the deletion of all channels. Since the YouTube support team was unhelpful and basically told me to brace for the deletion of all channels because the content everywhere is the same, I decided to bypass YouTube and contact Google via their other services regarding this cyber attack. Unfortunately, after almost 24 hours, I still have not received any answer. In the meantime, YouTube continues taking down our channels. Several hours ago, our Italian channel got kicked out of the partner program and demonetized. So far, 16 channels have already been affected. In case YouTube deletes the channel that you're watching right now, please subscribe to my Telegram and Twitter channels. I will continue posting regular tactical updates there, as always for free. For those of you who can support us financially during these turbulent times, please subscribe to our Patreon page. I have included all the links in the description. Thank you everyone for your support, and I hope to see you already on Telegram and Twitter.
Oh, banned for life. Whoa, daddy. You know, I know you want me to click it. I'll click it.
There are a lot of things that go on in Hollywood, and not all of them are good.
Oh, come on.
Many people's crime.
You click boobs on the thumbnail. You click boobs on the thumbnail, but you weren't expecting these boobs. Admit it. You wanted boobs on the thumbnail. There you go. There you go. That's what you wanted. No, big props to reporting from Ukraine. Thank you so much for all the hard work that you do. I'm very sorry to hear that you're being attacked heinously. With that said, thank you for all your hard work and putting out a video, even though there's, you know, monetization is a pretty important deal. Hopefully you can get that cleared up, get these videos remonetized. You know, but we might have to see more advertising, you know, less merch, more direct Patreon kind of stuff coming from reporting from Ukraine, because I mean, This is why I don't want to be a partner on Twitch. This is why I'm not really interested in monetizing this stuff, because I've seen how politics is treated on these platforms, and it's just like, it's, you know, it's Sisyphean. You know, it's you're going up against a fucking juggernaut who wants to squash you out. You know, they want the corporate news. That's what they want to be, the legitimate news source on social media. And, you know, because it, you know, buttresses and reinforces their beliefs, and, you know, discussion is allowed, but, you know, curated and controlled and moderated, and certain things are just beyond the pale and off topic.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
And we wonder how things get completely wildly out of control. So, you know, it's a challenge, and I just kind of ignore it. And I think if I'm ever going to start taking money from this, it's going to be directly from Patreon, right? That's really the only way to successfully monetize this stuff now, is to get people on board that you know, that agree with the message, that want to signal boost the message and get it out there. And, you know, $1, $5 a day, that kind of stuff, right? Soon we'll be seeing a News Underground Patreon very soon. 82 years of video gets uploaded to YouTube every single day. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. You get lost. You get lost in the. You get lost. I mean, there's so many great leftist political, leftist content creators that, you know, I've never heard of, that we haven't seen yet, because it's such a damn mess. With that said, you know, the algorithm showing you, you know, isn't it the greatest feeling ever when the algorithm actually does, instead of showing you that 500th Logan Paul video, it actually pulls something really super interesting that you would have never heard of before, right? It shows its value just once, maybe once a month or so, and you're like, oh, that is legitimately interesting. I'm definitely subscribed to that. Wow, man, the links are crazy. You guys really expect me to click on every one of these links? You guys are fucking having a good old time. All right, so let's get this from Reporting from Ukraine, the last video on Ukraine today. We'll get this frontline update to see how these heroes are handling it. And, you know, like I'm 85, 90% certain that finally, these heroes are going to get some relief, you know, resources, hopefully refreshes. I'm just, you know, it's not gonna be an overnight, right? But this will absolutely prevent Ukrainian deaths on the front line. It's not going to fix everything. It's not going to, you know, but it will absolutely prevent soldiers from dying. You know, like our sniper there, like our sniper friend that we saw. God, it's just so tragic.
Today there are a lot of updates from the Avdiivka direction. Here Russians have advanced through the fields behind Avdiivka and are attempting to cross the Durnaya River and break through the next Ukrainian line of defense. As you remember from the previous report, after the Russians took control over the settlements in the fields, they tried to cross the river in as many places as possible. Most of these crossings are situated around the Ukrainian settlement of Semenivka. This makes Semenivka a natural target for Russian forces. Ukrainian and Russian soldiers in the area both state that Russians are actively trying to breach the Ukrainian defense here and establish a bridgehead in the settlement. Ukrainian Commander-in-Chief Oleksandr Syrsky recently stated that Ukrainian forces had completely rotated their elements, which had already been fighting in the direction of Avdiivka for over 2 years. This allows the Ukrainian formations to recuperate and recover their losses so they can be ready to fight another day.
A lot of these guys are in their 40s, you know, career frontline soldiers. You know, even before Donbass, you know, they've been twisting it up with the Russians in one way or another. Crazy. They need to be refreshed, right? I mean, Ukraine, what is up? Okay, enough of the bullshit. Total war needs to be, you need to enter a total war state, Ukraine. Enough pussyfooting around. Oh, it's bad for your politics. It's going to, you know, yeah, poll numbers are going to go down. But you're going to be the president of a dream if you don't, you know, knuckle down on this, Zelensky. You know, you can be the president of fucking, you know, an idea.
In contrast, the newly arrived Ukrainian brigades are well rested and ready to defend against the Russian attacks. A Russian military blogger claimed that Russian forces are trying to take control of the Ukrainian lines of communication in Semenivka. This is not surprising, as the Ukrainian defenses behind the river are supported by a good road network, which significantly improves Ukrainian logistics. This allows not only easier transportation of ammunition, wounded, and reinforcements to and from the front, but also makes counterattacks easier and more effective for the Ukrainian defenders. Russians, however, stay severely limited in their attack vectors, as they are limited by the suitable crossing points over the river. In preparation for their attacks, Russians are concentrating their forces in the newly occupied settlement of Orlivka.
Storm a position,
to prevent this
going
buildup of forces, Ukrainians use two different tactics. Firstly, drone operators use FPV kamikaze drones together with artillery crews to monitor and destroy observed Russian movements and positions in the settlement.
Sorry.
Ukrainians have released over a dozen geolocated combat videos showcasing such attacks on Russian infantry, vehicles, and hideouts. Secondly, Ukrainians perform surprise counterattacks on the settlement, ambushing Russian infantry who feel they are purely on the offensive. The well-known 3rd Assault Brigade released geolocated combat footage showing how they quickly set up and executed such an attack. As a result, they destroyed the Russian position and managed to pull back to safety before other Russian forces could react. Despite these efforts, a Ukrainian officer active in the area stated that Russian forces seem to be able to at least partially replace and reinforce these lost detachments. Russians likely used the old Avdiivka chemical plant as a transit point from where they can quickly reinforce their positions closer to the front line.
That would be reinforced, yeah.
The Avdiivka chemical plant gave Ukrainians a significant defensive advantage during the battle for Avdiivka. The solid industrial construction and the many rooms and basements provide excellent cover against artillery fire and drones. Russians seemingly use these features in the same way as a forward operating base for their offensive operations to the north and east.
Bomb the shit out of it.
Ukrainian soldiers active in the area stated that Russians were actively shelling their positions with 120mm mortar shells in preparation for the Russian attack. At the same time, Russians had also concentrated enough forces in Orlivka to launch several attacks over the river. Russian military bloggers claim that these attacks were successful. They state that Russian forces consolidated positions on the western riverbank and entered the first buildings of Semenivka from the south. Other Russian military bloggers were more skeptical and stated that while Russians had entered Semenivka, Ukrainians were actively launching counterattacks on their positions. Ukrainian forces, however, later released geolocated combat footage of multiple waves of Russian attacks. The first wave consisted of 6 armored vehicles and numerous infantry. The Russian armor first rushed through the fields and over the crossing as fast as possible in an attempt to avoid the Ukrainian...
Tisrael, it's not about common sense. It's about power and domination. It doesn't need to make sense.
...artillery fire. This did not work out well for 2 of them, as Ukrainians destroyed one armored vehicle with artillery fire while disabling another one with a drone. The remaining Russian armor then quickly dropped off their infantry in the southern part of the settlement and continued their advance, flanking the Ukrainians and providing fire support to the Russian infantry.
Quite get the connection.
Ukrainians countered this by opening fire on the flanking Russian armor, destroying what was left. The geolocated footage then continues to show grenade drops from Ukrainian drones on Russian infantry that had taken up positions in the settlement. Ukrainian drones also observed Russian transport and armored vehicles, while they were dropping off more Russian infantry, which Ukrainians then promptly destroyed with artillery and drone-dropped grenades as well. A prominent Russian military blogger confirmed that Ukrainian forces were launching counterattacks.
And once again, this is the best that they can do with what they have, which is a smart, plotting defense. Stick your feet in the you hold your ground until it's no longer feasible, and you're ready to move back, and you have a path to move back. That's the best they can do with what they have at the moment. But once they get these resources, they can start bringing the fight back to Russia, because before they were starved for ammo, the gains were small, but they were gains. They were able to. I mean, Bakhmut was unbelievable in how long they were able to hold that. And Avdiivka went twice as fast because they had they didn't have nearly as much resources. No, it was the joke I wrote. Oh, okay, because the glove didn't fit. OJ jokes, huh? Boy, I bet get it while you can, man. Get it while you can. I guess we're gonna be able to do Bill Clinton, Hillary, fucking blowjob jokes with Monica when he kicks the bucket. So get a couple of those ready, man. You could just do like a full 90s, 10-minute 90s set, dude. Great.
On the southern part of Semenivka, consisting of platoon-sized assault groups with artillery support. He also noted that Russians were struggling to hold their positions in Semenivka due to the large number of drones Ukrainians were using to strike their position.
Ukraine absolutely made mistakes, especially in Avdiivka. Like I said before, they personally, I'm not a military expert, but I personally feel like they should have learned more lessons from Bakhmut, and because it did seem, from my perspective, it did seem to some of the mistakes that they made in Bakhmut were made again in Avdiivka. Is Bill close? Hey, you never know, man.
Forces also released geolocated combat footage showing how they continued to hit Russian forces in Orlivka.
Well,
the Ukrainian 3rd Assault Brigade hit a group of Russian infantry with cluster munitions, a garage with infantry with a heavy FPV kamikaze drone, and at least 9 more Russian infantry with FPV drones. Drone operators from the Volyn border detachment also hit a group of Russian infantry seeking shelter on the outskirts of the settlement. Lastly, the drone operators from the 3rd Assault Brigade also destroyed a sizable Russian munition depot in the center of Orlivka, severely crippling further Russian attacks in this direction. In the aftermath of the attacks, a group of Russian soldiers published a video claiming they were the only 15 soldiers of their whole company who survived the assault on Semenivka.
Jesus.
In comparison, a Russian company is usually around 150 soldiers strong.
15
this would mean that the current survival rate for this Russian company is 10% and will likely drop even more as Ukraine.
And what do they tell you? You get out of there, you're like, I can't believe I survived it. Like literally everyone I came in here with is dead. And they go, yeah, great job. Hop on an APC and blast in the next wave. We'll go ahead and finish you guys off, and we'll get the next battalion lined up. And they keep going, man. They keep volunteering. Not even volunteering. I guess there's not exactly volunteering, but they keep buying into this myth that the money is going to go to their family, or it's just no, man. Half the time, these guys don't even get their proper compensation for their service.
Ukrainians continue hunting them down.
Heavy losses.
The soldiers also claimed that their commanders were accusing them of this.
Israel, I agree. The retreat did go better. And that's what I said. That's what I said before. Is that they did learn lessons, but I did feel like there were a few mistakes. I felt like they just waited too long. The pullout was too chaotic. They should have pulled out when they had more breathing room between them and the front line.
Assertion for refusing to conduct further attacks. Overall, the Russian claims of territorial gains and a bridgehead over the river were overstated, as the Russian presence seemed to be temporary. Holding the bridgehead on the other side of the river proved to be extremely challenging, and with such a low survival rate, the expansion of this bridgehead seemed to be impossible at this time. Ukrainian counterattacks and drone strikes have successfully halted Russian advance and completely obliterated Russian assault units to the point that even some Russian soldiers started refusing their orders to attack.
Whoa!
Without any significant change in the situation, Russian forces will remain unable to conceive a sizable breakthrough over the river. Lastly, when it comes to the massive cyber attack...
And don't forget, these Russian soldiers are risking getting raped, literally, by their fellow soldiers or commanding officers if they refuse orders. Or, being shot directly, of course. But sexual violence is apparently a well-known weapon or tool used within the Russian military.
Attack on the reporting from Ukraine channels, YouTube has finally investigated the issue. They have finally restored all 16 of our channels that they previously deleted, demonetized or flagged for violations. This was all achieved thanks to your support, especially your tweets urging YouTube to take action.
Great job.
But even though the channels were restored, significant bot activity on our channels is still present, as you may have noticed in the comments section.
Yeah.
That is why, please, make sure to subscribe to our pages on Telegram and Twitter.
Yeah.
This way, even if our YouTube channel gets deleted or restricted again, you will be able to continue watching our regular tactical updates.
All right. So, I mean, look, if the problem, please do that. Like and subscribe. Everybody do that. But the problem is if you're small time, you can get botted like this and then you get completely ignored, because unless you can raise a stink on social media somewhere else, you're screwed. If you try to raise a stink internally with these internal systems, you get completely ignored. The only way to really get any kind of restitution from being victimized by these bots who, you know, weaponize the moderation systems is by ironically getting on a completely different, you know, social media platform and hoping you have a big enough presence to raise a big enough stink. All right, there you go, folks. That is the end of the Ukraine statement. Finally, some good news. You know, we got some good news, folks. It is some good news. Good frickin' news. Good news. 85, 90% certain this is going to get through the Senate. Yeah, that's how we started the stream, Davey. House passed it, going to the Senate, crossing my fingers that we can get weapons in the hands of Ukrainians. Weapons, ammo, really. They got the weapons. They need ammo. So, ended on a good note. Finally, some good news. Like to see it. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. And power to those heroes on the front lines. Thank you, Daniel. But no, power to those absolute heroes on the front lines in Ukraine. Okay, now moving on to Daniel, welcome from Europe. We'll be covering Europe tomorrow. I got a big Europe section in the world news section for tomorrow, talking about Brexit. Rishi Sunak with some ridiculous comments about, you know, cutting services even more for the poor. You know, cutting more, you know, poor people's services. Real popular. But no, we're going to be talking about, I guess I have it in Gaza, but it's really Israel, Iran, and Gaza. I'm spelling that right. I have such imposter syndrome. I don't even know how to spell anymore. Israel, R-A-E-L. Yeah, okay. God, I have such terrible imposter syndrome lately. Like a psychological disorder. Unelected prime minister, the devil ain't go away next election. I'm sure everyone's had it, right? I mean, he's really something else. He's really something else. It's like, you know, and it's interesting to see the conservatives, you know, we see this in the United States with abortion. See the conservatives just shoot themselves in the foot, doing shit that's just way unpopular, but it makes a very small section of their you know, of the right-wing constituency very happy. And they're such, you know, weak, spineless bitches that don't know how to do actual politics anymore. They're caught between a rock and a hard place, and they're stuck implementing counterproductive, you know, electorally counterproductive policies. It really kind of puts them in like this, and we see this in the United States as well, like it puts them into this kind of like race to see how much damage they can do, how much they can get away with before they get to the end, because they know how wildly unpopular the policies that they're enacting. They know how wildly unpopular they are. They know how destructive they are. So it becomes this like mad dash to like burn the whole place down as quickly as possible before you get out of there. And in the United States with Project 2025, it's about doing all that damage and securing power forever. Yeah, dictatorship. Yes. in a roundabout way. Kind of a slow, creeping one. Anyway. Women want to continue losing elections by all means. Continue with their abortion policy. Yeah, well, they're aware of that. And that's why they're attacking elections. That's why they're attacking our democracy. They're going at the core of our system because it's an existential threat to their existence. We're talking about existential threat, moving on to the brutal ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians by Israel in the Gaza Strip. Will they, won't they in Rafah is the big question. Looks like, thankfully, the Iran-Israel potential war escalation has calmed down. Fighting for the first place. Who's the worst party competition? Oh, it's definitely the right wing. I'm no fan of Joe Biden and the neoliberals. But there is a massive Grand Canyon-sized gulf between the fascistic right-wing Republicans and the corporatist, pathetic, disappointing neoliberals. But there's a perception, the gaslighters have kind of won that fight because there's still this apples to apples comparison between the two. And quite frankly, there is no comparison. Donald Trump and the Republican Party, the Heritage Fund, Steve Bannon, and the rest are a direct existential threat to democracy. And if given the chance, will continue a program of implementing a pseudo-Christian fascist authoritarian dictatorship. Call it whatever the fuck you want to make you sleep at night. Do you like liberty? Do you like freedom? It's under direct assault. Full stop. And the neoliberals basically just want Jeff Bezos to do whatever the fuck he wants to us. There's a massive gulf in difference between the parties. But that's not the perception. So moving on to the horror show, Gaza, Iran, Israel, Palestine. Thankfully, it looks like the war with Iran is off the table. So little one. We'll do a little one. No massive Middle East conflict for now.
Returning to those breaking developments out of the Middle East and concerns this morning after Israel's apparent attack on Iranian soil. Such an attack would be unprecedented, but the details and the scope are still largely unclear, and there has been no official confirmation from Israel, although that is not uncommon. This is new video, though, into us this morning. Eyewitness footage shot earlier today of a nuclear facility in Iran's Isfahan province. This is where Iranian officials say air defense batteries fired during a reported Israeli strike. The UN's atomic watchdog, the IAEA, says there has been no damage to the nuclear sites. They are in this region, as you can see on the map. Isfahan is home to several nuclear facilities. It's a large airbase as well, a major missile production complex. Iranian media have reported the country's air defenses shot down at least 3 drones in the north of the country. They also quoted a general in Isfahan who has said the attack did not cause any damage. Now, Chris Brown is part of our CBC News team on the ground. He's in Jerusalem, but bringing us the very latest details we have, and indeed some of the conflicting reports thus far.
Well, what we can say is that overnight there were reports of explosions in the area of the city of Isfahan. It is, as you say, a significant city, an important military base there, also those sites associated with Iran's nuclear program. Precisely what was attacked and who sent the attack has not been confirmed, but multiple U.S. networks and agencies are saying that the U.S. government got word that Israel had provided them with notification that it was them. Israel is not saying. Interestingly, some of the Iranian reports suggest what was shot down were not drones.
Silly little game that they're playing, huh? But I guess this is the fucking kabuki play that we all have to engage in to prevent a larger conflict from breaking out. All right, I'll take it.
Launched from Israel, but really far smaller quadcopters that would have been launched from much closer venues. Either way, Heather, Iran claims nothing was damaged, and more than that, they're even saying nothing was even fired at the ground.
Indeed, Tisrael.
Chris, a senior Iranian official has reportedly said there will be no immediate retaliation, but there have been differing statements previous to this latest attack. So what is Iran's response to this likely to be?
Well, one notable thing is that Iran is saying it doesn't actually know who carried out this strike. Therefore, it has no plans for that retaliation. And this is very significant.
That's cute. See, if you go along, it's interesting, right? Because in this case, they're going to go along with the lie, you know, because Israel is saying, oh, I don't know who did it. So in this case, they're going to go along with the lie to benefit their own political because that's a message to the local to the local population of, well, okay, we're doing an investigation, which basically says, you know, we're going to let this simmer. We're going to let this simmer, and then maybe a couple weeks we'll say it was Israel, you know, but there's going to be no direct retaliation. We're going to do an investigation, you know, then we'll find Israel guilty of it, of course, but it's in a way it's kind of a way to have your cake and eat it too, right? To have some kind of pretend accountability without demanding a direct response as well. So it's very interesting.
Diplomats from all over the region and Europe have been trying to de-escalate this confrontation. Iran claims that Israel fired the first shot in this chapter by killing its generals when it hit that diplomatic building.
And, you know, the argument that Iran is supporting Hamas through Hezbollah is, you know, and that this is not exactly the first strike. Israel was, you know, Israel, when they assassinated that general, was not exactly at the consulate, was not exactly the first strike. That, I think, is a fair argument that Iran is absolutely guilty of, you know, all kinds of troublemaking in that region, antagonizing Israel in a myriad of ways. That's fair. With that said, Israel's assassination on that in that consulate was an obvious provocation that raised the stakes, and anybody who's following this would have to agree that Israel knew full well a response from Iran was going to be necessary if this action was taken out. I refuse to believe that their intelligence and their military was not aware that, yeah, no, this is an escalation, and this cannot be ignored, you know, like an attack on a proxy, you know, a bunch of terrorists in a Toyota truck putzing along some forest road, gets Hellfire missiled. You know, Iran is not going to, you know, send a missile barrage and cruise missiles over that shit. So I refuse to believe that the Israeli military and the Israeli government wasn't aware that, you know, a response was going to be necessary. So that's where the argument comes in, where it was, well, not technically the first strike, but an obvious escalation. Let's be real. Welcome back, Lenny. $95 billion for a war, $0 for world hunger. Well, that's not true. Hundreds of millions of dollars is, you know, if you're talking about, or what are you talking about? The U.S. government? Yeah, no, the U.S. government is feeding all kinds of people all over the world. That doesn't give the U.S. empire an excuse to do what it's doing. But let's not. How about the left tries to stick to the facts instead of being hyperbolic and reactionary like the right? Like, we should be angry and aggressive and fight like the right is, but we should stick to the facts, because that's what separates us from these monsters, right? But when we say things like $0 for world hunger, well, that's just factually not true. That doesn't mean we don't criticize the U.S. empire for all of its various foibles. But let's just keep it fact-based, huh? What's wrong with that?
building in Syria in an airstrike more than 2.5 weeks ago. But then it fired 300 missiles and drones at Israel in what really was an unprecedented direct attack on Israeli soil. Israel said that crossed a huge line and internally has been under intense pressure to respond. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has a coalition that relies on the support of far-right extremists who demanded a crushing response. So if this was Israel's response, it was far from crushing. Itamar Ben-Gvir is one of its most extreme ministers, and he tweeted out today that it was a weak or feeble response. Nonetheless,
and let's not forget Ben-Gvir, the number 2 in Israeli government, is a hardcore psychopathic extremist who would love a full-blown war with Iran, is absolutely okay to piss in the face of the United States and the West, and you want to give us aid, that's fine. You want to cut off aid, whatever, we're going to do what we want. And of course, I'm going to show you evidence that he wants to execute Palestinian prisoners because it's becoming inconvenient and expensive to house thousands and thousands of them. So he wants to, he's flirting with the, and he has a quote, flirting with the idea of executing them, which is apparently is like absolutely a break. There's a Geneva Convention specifically about killing prisoners of war over convenience, over because it's too inconvenient to hold them. That's actually a war crime, but come on, does that matter? Come on.
Israel can still make the case that, look, Iran, we can hit your key military sites, we can hit your nuclear areas, but for now, we're not.
So, Chris, these mounting tensions, the back and forth threats and strikes between Israel and Iran, has the region and the world indeed concerned about the possibility of expansion and a wider regional conflict. Where do things go from here, and what do we watch for next?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, Israel is already, of course, in a 5.5-month-long war with Hamas. It has not fulfilled any of its stated victory conditions, eliminating the military group, releasing the Israeli hostages, nor has that war made Israel any safer from future attacks. So all of that has been on the back burner over the last number of weeks while this Iran crisis has escalated. Hezbollah, which is Iran's proxy in Lebanon, it's still trading daily shots on the northern border with Israel, and that is no doubt going to continue. But indeed, if both Israel and Iran are stepping back here, I would expect very quickly the world's focus, Heather, would return to the war in Gaza.
That is Chris Brown from Jerusalem.
Yeah. All right. Okay, folks. Let's see here. Yep, we got that. Okay. Yeah. All right. We got a couple. There's going to be some really horrible footage here. Of course, I'm going to have to censor a good chunk of it, but I got a couple more videos here before we get to the real gut-wrenching, traumatizing horror. Welcome back, YouTubing. I wanted any opportunity to show WION here. I wanted to see what their opinion of the tension simmering. This is Indian news, I believe. Or is this Qatar? Where's the thing? Where's the thing that says it's funded? I think it's Indian news.
Our top focus on News Point right now. Our top focus on News Point right now. Iran's fast news agency says explosions have been heard near the airport at the country's central Isfahan city, but the reason is unknown. Several Iranian nuclear sites are located in Isfahan province, including Natanz, the centerpiece of Iran's uranium enrichment program. On Thursday, a senior Iranian Revolutionary Guards commander said that Iran could review its nuclear doctrine following Israeli threats. The remarks raised concerns about Tehran's nuclear program, which it has always said was strictly for peaceful purposes.
Yeah, he's making it sound like, oh, we might start it back up again. It's of course still it's going, and we, with Obama there was a real chance to stop this, and Trump threw that all away on a whim. For so he could have like a good weekend on Fox News. It's just absolutely pathetic.
Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has the last say on Tehran's nuclear program. And amid rising tensions, Ahmad Haqtala, the Quds commander in charge of nuclear security, hit out at Tel Aviv. He said, and I'm quoting here, "If the Zionist regime wants to take action against our nuclear centers and facilities, we will reciprocate with advanced missiles against their own nuclear sites." Addressing officials,
I wonder why she skipped categorically. Maybe that's a really hard. That's a word that she was practicing and she just had too much trouble with, so she just skipped it. Wonder why she skipped categorically.
From the Mossad and Shin Bet intelligence units on Thursday, Netanyahu stressed the need and importance of determination and unity. He said his country was committed to defeating the terrorist axis in Gaza, freeing the hostages and repelling the overall threat coming from Iran. Israel's defense minister Yoav Gallant said Israel has the freedom of action to do what it wants.
Yeah, yada, yada. We've heard it before, right? We can do no wrong. We're the ultimate victims. Everything we do is holy and just. I mean, it's literally right out of a fucking comic book every single time. Tisrael, I had no idea. That's interesting. That is actually very interesting. Did I click on the wrong thing here? Oh, no. Okay. You know, while things are simmering down in Iran, Israel, we now have an explosion took place in an Iranian-backed Popular Mobilization Force base in Iraq. So we can add Iraq to this list as well. You know, normally I would have this as part of world news, but I think these things are almost, you know, directly connected. Maybe not directly connected, but, you know, connected in some way. Moldovite wormhole. Okie doke. What a name. Thank you for that follow. Multiple times they put piles of food in front of the trenches for the journey to come out and take them. Jesus Christ, Canadians did that? I've heard this before in the past, that apparently, you know, the nice guy Canadians, when they actually enter combat and have dehumanized their enemy, that they are incredibly brutal. So this is a very interesting history there, Tisrael. Good name. You're in the follow. That's right. My name is Abandoned Nihilism. This is the News Underground, the realest news channel on Twitch. You found real news on Twitch. Congratulations. But no, this is absolutely shocking footage here. Whoa, dog. Holy fucking shit. Who are you yelling at? I had no idea. I had no idea that Canadians were so, you know, that were so responsible for some of the big, you know, some of the more specific provisions inside the Geneva Conventions, you know. Well, you didn't say we couldn't set food traps. Okay, do we need to? Well, you're going to have to. We're going to keep doing it. All right. Well, you're not allowed to set food traps for starving people to come out so you can shoot them on sight. Yeah, pretty wild stuff, huh, Lenny? So here we have some more footage of the aftermath. Remember, this is in Iraq. We're back in Iraq, folks. Yeah, strategy. I have heard those stories of Canadian atrocities during World War II. Definitely. I've definitely heard those stories. And also big props to Davey for these wonderful links that I am able to show you right here. Thank you, Davey. He's still using Twitter. He's still using this slag heap of a website, and not only do I not have time, I don't even want to be on this terrible website. But of course, there's still news here. Damn, dude. That's a big boom. That's a big ass boom. Wow. Shocking stuff. More footage of the explosions in Babylon. Governor Nate, maybe is that a typo, in central Iraq. So we'll be keeping up on this. There's not really a lot of information in terms of why, who, what, where. But you can definitely you can definitely trust that I will be following up on this in the next couple days to see what the hell is going on here, if this is going to continue escalating or if this was just a one-off thing. Very troubling stuff. So, speaking of troubling, like I said, we're now going to get to the horrific news out of, Palestine. So, seems to me what is happening, and this is just speculation, and I'm sure I'll be, called an anti-Semite
with the anti-Semitic remarks.
For daring for even question the moral fortitude of the IDF. But I feel like what we're seeing here with this direct attack on children is an attempt to escalate inside Rafah, maybe even to get, some kind of attack, some kind of rocket, like a rocket barrage coming out of Rafah would be the gift wrapped in a bow for Bibi Netanyahu for the green light to go into Rafah and go into Rafah hard to create that humanitarian disaster that might create a panic at the border with Egypt and force people into the Sinai Peninsula, kind of finalizing this. So I believe that's why we're seeing this. Now, I have not seen proof of this, and unfortunately, I'm not going to believe this, even though I've heard this from multiple sources now. But I refuse to believe this until I see video. But like I said, multiple sources have reported that it's hard to believe. But and I've seen this from multiple sources. This is really I'm having trouble because it's so horrific. It's so underhanded. It's so dastardly. It's so inhumane. It's hard to believe. But from multiple sources, I have read that Israel has been using drones to, broadcast audio of crying and screaming children, also of what sounds like civilian cries for help, in an effort to draw people to a location, and then that location is then hit by a missile or maybe the drone itself kamikazes into the group. Once again, I'm going to need to see recordings of this. I have seen recordings of the drones broadcasting dystopian messages, give up, we're going to, Israel is like the dominators, that kind of stuff. I have not seen any video evidence of these drones, screaming. Like, apparently they sound like children screaming, crying for help in an effort to pull people out. So I'd like to see video confirmation. But anyway, what we're seeing from Israel it appears to be intentional targeting, killing, assassinating children with drones and other, missiles of some sort. There was an attack, a bunch of children playing around a foosball table, several strikes happening, children dying. Apparently, Al Jazeera published audio of it Tuesday. I can find you a link. I would love a link if you could provide one. I would love to see that. I would prefer video, but I will play the audio. But I will not be off the fence until I see a video. So I'm going to have to thank you, Castor, for that follow. But I'm going to have to blur some of this here, at least at the start of this story, because there are dead children. And they're blurred out, but they're not blurred out enough for Jeff Bezos. So forgive me, but just, trigger warning. Hey, thank you, Castor. I very much appreciate it. Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah, I see what you're doing there. Yeah, go ahead and like and subscribe to Castor, guys. Whatever, who fucking cares?
She strokes the dead child's hair. My love, my soul, my dearest grandchild, she cries. At a hospital in Rafah, the awful consequences of 2 Israeli airstrikes. No words can bring any comfort to Ahmed. His wife and daughter were amongst the victims. He cradles the body of 5-year-old Ala.
I don't want to say anything to the world or to anyone because this is an unjust world. It's deprived of all human values and morals. It only understands the language of power.
Rafah, on Gaza's southernmost edge, is where so many fled seeking safety. Around half the entire population lives here, and despite international opposition, Israel is threatening to launch a major operation on the city. Necessary, it says, in the fight against Hamas. Further violence too in the occupied West Bank today. A huge Israeli raid on the Nur Shams refugee camp continues. Bulldozers destroying swathes of the area. Israel says 10 militants have been killed, others detained. Palestinians say the dead include a 16-year-old schoolboy. Close to the city of Nablus, Israeli settlers attacked Palestinian villagers.
And this is in the West Bank. This is in the West Bank where Hamas is not in charge.
Ambulance driver, who then arrived at the scene, was shot dead according to local officials. We went to help the injured people, says this paramedic, and the settlers shot the ambulance. Behind him, grief and panic. Elsewhere in the region, a blast overnight at an Iraqi military base, host to fighters backed by Iran. It follows an Israeli strike on an airbase near the Iranian city of Isfahan yesterday. Tensions between the two countries had ramped up with an Israeli attack on Damascus earlier.
So, I mean, that's what we were expecting initially, was, you know, Israel attacking a proxy. So it looks like maybe the Iraq stuff was just part of that, you know, hit multiple proxies.
This month. Then a massive Iranian missile barrage last week. They now look to be de-escalating.
If Israel retaliates and comes up with a new adventurism, then we will respond. But if not, then we are done. We are concluded.
But in Gaza, the suffering continues. On average, a child here has been killed or injured every 10 minutes since the conflict began.
I want you to picture that real quick. I want you to picture a child dying every 10 minutes. Pretty horrific. And you know, I have a boy. He's almost exactly this age. I don't know what kind of monster that would turn me into. Another country dropped a bomb on my son and murdered him. I wouldn't be sitting idly by. I can tell you that. You know, this idea that Israel is acting in ignorance when it comes to the concept of blowback is farcical. They're fully aware of the pain, the generational pain that they're causing. The thing is that you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to appease that if the goal is to completely remove them from the region. If the goal is eradication, then what do you care if you're creating terrorists? What do you care? You're just going to roll them over. I apologize. We're going to watch a little TYT. We're probably not going to watch the whole segment. But, you know, TYT, you know, they don't suck 100%. They used to be a lot better, that's for sure. But no, I felt like they kind of slam dunked this one. It's related to what we're talking about. So let's go ahead and watch this for a little bit.
Hin told emergency call operators she was the only one left alive and begged them to come and rescue her.
A new Washington Post investigation has uncovered more heart-wrenching details about the deaths of a 6-year-old Palestinian girl and the men who tried to save her life back in January. As we've seen repeatedly, the Post's findings conflict with Israel's claims that the Israeli Defense Forces were not, in fact, responsible for this tragedy. Now, Hind Rajab, the 6-year-old girl, and her family lived in the northern part of Gaza City for decades. But they fled further west as attacks by the Israeli Defense Forces were underway. At 9:32 a.m. on January 28th, the IDF put out a statement in Arabic on X, asking residents in the west of Gaza City to evacuate immediately. In response, Hind's uncle, Bashar, and his wife loaded Hind and her 4 cousins into a car to evacuate the area. Their plan was to drive north out of the evacuation zone and back toward the family home in northern Gaza City. But they didn't make it that far. The family stopped less than a quarter of a mile from where they started. Around 1 p.m., Hind's cousin, 15-year-old Layan, called Bashar's brother, Samir. She told him they were surrounded and the Israeli army had opened fire on their car. Everyone in the vehicle, except for Hind and Layan, were dead, she said. Samir called another uncle, Mohammed, who eventually reached the Palestinian Red Crescent Society. A dispatcher first reached Layan around 2:30 p.m.
الو مرحبا. ايوه بطخوا علينا. الدبابه جنبي. انتوا متخبيين؟ في السياره احنا جنبينا الدبابه. انتوا جوا السياره؟
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TYT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is.
All right, so yeah, I guess the asking for money part is where I'm going to give it a pause. But so this is actually an older incident. This was posted a day ago, but this is actually several months ago when this story broke out. Welcome back, Lizard Lounge. But so this was actually a previous round of atrocities. But we hear from talking heads, we hear from government officials, language about how there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian, and that language, especially applied, that kind of logic applied to a military operation. Yeah, they just opened fire. They knew they're civilians. They just opened fire. Women and children in a car, open fire. This is the end result of dehumanization. Thank you again, Lizard Lounge. Yeah, Lenny, it's pretty shocking. Pretty shocking stuff. Probably not a single weapon in the car. They don't got nothing. They don't got nothing to do with Hamas. They're just trying to get the hell out of there. But if someone were to walk up to that 15-year-old boy and ask him, do you support October 7th, and he says yes, is there just total heartless brutality, shoot him right in the head then? Is there no understanding why the Palestinians, half of them children, 20 years ago, when the blockade started, Finkelstein, bringing up that slave revolt, that comment from after that slave revolt about, well, no, it's, nothing can justify these atrocities, but we told you so. And yeah, the left has been pointing this out for quite some time. People who criticize Israel have been pointing this out, that you can't keep people locked up like they were doing in the Gaza Strip 20 plus years and expect everything to be just chill. And that's kind of what was happening. Relations with Saudi Arabia were getting normalized, and there was this, okay, yeah, Israel has it under control. And it was far from it. And quite frankly, the extremist elements like Ben-Gvir, the extremist elements of Israeli society were well aware of that. And we saw Bibi Netanyahu cuddle up next to Hamas. So, you know, it's not like they weren't aware of the powder keg that they were creating with their policies. Great reporting from TYT here. You know, give them a look. Give them another try. So here's more on the specific foosball table massacre is what I guess I'll call it. But you're going to see me having to blur a lot of this, even though CNN has blurred a lot of it. You know, they don't blur the limp, dead bodies of the children. They just blur the faces. So in an effort to not disgust you totally, I'll go ahead and blur that completely so you don't have to see the bleach white corpses of children who were just playing foosball. Where does he get into it? About 30 seconds into it.
To our next story, and a warning, it contains graphic content. While the world has been holding its breath at the prospect of an all-out war between Israel and Iran, Palestinians in Gaza are still suffering the daily killings meted out by the IDF. Since October the 7th, Israel has killed 13,000 children in Gaza.
Strategy.
And CNN has had a powerful and distressing report this week about 8 more Palestinian children killed.
A moment frozen in time. The bodies of at least 4 children splayed around a foosball table. Laughter and shrieks of joy silenced in an instant. Blood now marking where they stood only minutes earlier. Shahed, no way. Shahed, my beloved, her cousin screams from behind the camera. 10-year-old Shahed is one of those children. Her bright pink pants unmistakable in the arms of the man carrying her away. With her family's consent, CNN has decided to show Shahed in life and death.
And shockingly, this is actually rather unprecedented to have CNN or MSNBC acknowledge the humanity of Palestinians. You know, things really are changing narratively. But I gotta say, it's far too little, far too late. Look at how complete the West Bank project of erasure is. Look at how total the domination of the Gaza Strip is. There's no reversing this. It's almost like, you know, a kid brother, you know, punching their brother in the face, and he starts bleeding, and all of a sudden he starts feeling bad. It almost kind of feels like that, where it's just like this performative, you know, kind of reaction, because this kind of inhumanity has been going on for literally decades. And only now, literally only now, are we finally, after the horror has reached a zenith like we haven't seen in the modern era, even in African countries, you know, things like Rwanda. So, you know, CNN over here wants to, I don't know, it's just kind of disgusting. I mean, it is what it is. Better late than never, I guess. But quite frankly, it's too little too late to start talking about the truth, to start talking about, because the project of erasure is almost complete. There's no going back. There's no two-state solution. There's no, you know, 1967 borders, whatever you want to call them. Settlers, they're never going to give it up. So yeah, welcome to the fucking party, pal. The CNN. It's been like this for decades.
In order to give a face to this war's deadly impact on children. At Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital, those who can still be saved arrive alongside those who cannot. Amid the chaos, Shahed's pink pants dangling as a doctor confirms what is tragically obvious. But Shahed is not alone. She is one of 8 children who died on that crowded street in Al-Maghazi. The hospital says they were killed in an Israeli airstrike. The Israeli military said the incident is under review. One after another, their small bodies arrive at the hospital's morgue. and into the arms of grieving parents. His eyes swollen and red, the father of 9-year-old Lujane recounts his daughter's last moments, playing foosball with her friends. This is my eldest daughter, he says. A drone strike hit them while they were playing. They're all children.
Obviously, that footage is just so tragic and horrific in and of itself. I have to say that that last clip gave me a sort of even, a somewhat more abstract concern, which is, what does Israel expect to happen? And, if you are killing a man's daughter while she's playing table football with a drone, right, then that man is going to passionately hate you for the rest of his life, of his life, with a passion, right? This is not going to be resentment towards Israel. No, so this is going to be a furious hatred.
I just realized that actually the next person speaking, I kind of stole his point earlier, but he's going to bring it up. How I totally ripped this guy off. I didn't even realize it subconsciously, but he makes the point that they're fully aware of blowback. They don't care. What do you like? That was the problem with Iraq and Afghanistan, was that the United States didn't. That's the only way to get rid of terrorism, is to get rid of everybody. Total eradication. And if that really is the goal, then who cares about blowback?
And if Israel think that, they can keep doing this and not suffer the consequences of all this anger they're creating, that does make me think, are they going to try and get these people out of Gaza? Because how can you sort of cause this much pain and suffering to so many people and live next door to them, because they're going to be so goddamn angry at you, rightfully? So it does make me worry that maybe Israel is saying, well, it's fine to make them this angry because we're going to ethnically cleanse them anyway. They're not going to be next door to us. It just seems to me that it would be a strange policy for the Israelis to say, yes, of course, long term we're going to get rid of Hamas, but these people will live here, and ultimately we'll try and make Gaza a sort of reasonable place to live once Hamas are gone, and then maybe people won't be so angry at us anymore. That seems to be what sort of the United States, the United Kingdom want to pretend is going on here. But if you are, for a 6-month period, killing people's daughters.
That's why they entertain this fucking lie about this is the Hamas war. This isn't a war against Hamas. This is a war against Palestine.
With drones while they play table football, then, I don't even believe Israel are going to try and make Gaza a livable place and sort of get some Gulf money investment in there. But even if they sort of followed this war with the most enlightened, benign policies imaginable, those people are never going to stop hating you, which, makes me feel like there must be people in the Israeli government who are saying it's fine because they're not going to be there anyway. We're going to get rid of them. Anyway, if you're wondering why lots of that clip was sort of blurred out, it's because YouTube is quite strict, really, on what you can show. There's the original version of this clip is on Twitter, and it's very, very graphic, which I think was quite a sort of conscious decision made by CNN to sort of say, we are going to show you the faces of dead kids, essentially. Really horrific to look at, very, very powerful. And we're going to go back to a bit more of that report.
Hours earlier, Yusuf was one of those children, playing alongside Shahed and Lujane when he was suddenly killed in a war he did not choose. His mother still clinging to her son. Neither does this boy, who cannot believe his brother is dead. He is still alive, he cries. Don't leave him here. Amid the outpourings of grief, there is Shahed, her blood-stained pink pants, once again impossible to miss. Dear God, what did they all do? One man cries. What did they all do?
Aaron, I want your thoughts on that clip. I mean, there's, I suppose, the horror that's sort of depicted in it, and then the fact that this is going out on like a really mainstream American broadcaster. This is, it's 6 months now after October the 7th. I think there was, we didn't, but I think there were some sort of liberal people in the United States or the West who sort of immediately after October the 7th, they'd see these horrific images and they'd say, well, Israel are angry because of October the 7th. So, some of their kids were killed as well. This happens. It's been 6 months and Israel is still killing groups of children with drones who are playing table football.
Yeah, I saw an image of a young child, a toddler. I mean, it's awful just to even talk about it, Michael, who had 200 stitches in his body. 200 stitches across his face, across his torso, his arm, 200 stitches, just scarred for life. Obviously, he's lucky to be alive, but besides the fatalities here, and those are the figures we keep on hearing, 13,000 dead children and so on, it could be significantly higher, it may be slightly lower. Of course, this is a war zone, and it's very difficult to get entirely accurate data because there's just so many buildings have collapsed, and, lines of communication aren't exactly the best they could be. But clearly, thousands of children have died. Many more thousands of children are disfigured, suffering from PTSD. I mean, obviously, disabled. Their lives will be changed because of what's happened over the last 6 months. Even if this, I would call it a war. It's not a war because it's so entirely one-sided. If this genocide stopped tomorrow, it is a war on children. And I say that to people, and I think actually, like you say, Michael, it's really cut through now. There are people who, in the immediate aftermath of October the 7th, I might share something from Navarro Media on Instagram, or I might, share a clip from us here on Navarro Live or whatever. And I have some friends who are not very left-wing. People I've known over, I'm 40 years old. Over 20 years of my life, obviously you meet many people who politically disagree with you. Some of them are good people, some maybe not. But, there would be people who I would think of as good, decent people who might not be that familiar with the conflict and who are like, this is ridiculous, what you're saying is outrageous, et cetera, et cetera. And I think part of my job, our job, part of the reason of Navarro Media is to persuade those people otherwise and to get the facts to them. But what's interesting is, Michael, that those people have stopped. Those people have stopped.
No, there is a historic shift in what is acceptable. And like I said before, well, it's too little too late. We're not putting this genie back in the bottle.
No, I've got one person in mind in particular who's got a young daughter. And I said to him, look, this is a war on children. I find it extraordinary that you as a father could defend this. Of course, you don't need to have children to care, but I was trying to appeal to his better side, his better instincts. And I don't really see how you have a tangible answer to that, Michael. Of course, October 7th was horrific. Of course, there's been massive failures of political leadership on all sides for a very long time. Some people have said to me, Israel want the two-state solution. I say, when? And they say, well, 1923, 1945. I mean, Christ's sake, come on, 1948? This is ridiculous. Israel has not wanted, with any real meaning, a two-state solution for decades. You could argue Oslo Accords, Yitzhak Rabin, was it a plausible state? Not really. And the victims of this are the children. I think in Gaza, Michael, you'll know this better than I will. I think about 50% of the population is younger than 18. So when you hear this claim that they voted for Hamas in the last free and fair elections in the mid-2000s, the best part of 2 decades ago, I mean, no, actually, many of them hadn't even been born. This is all they've known. This giant human ghetto, this prison, this open air prison in Gaza, and now, of course, this extraordinary conflict. And I would also say, Michael, just as an ancillary point to what you said there, what's the political point of doing this? Obviously, what Israel does to Iran with the killing of civilian scientists, I find it reprehensible. It's disgusting. It breaks international law, of course. But you understand they want to obstruct Iran developing nuclear weapons. They want to ensure Iran's military-industrial complex can't develop, that they can't technologically develop. I understand. What's the benefit of killing all these children, disfiguring all these children?
The benefit is to the terror, right? Because if the idea is that you create a big enough panic, you create a big enough humanitarian crisis, it's going to push those people into the Sinai Peninsula. Egypt will have no other choice. It's about fear.
As we said at the start of the conflict, you know, every child that dies is a recruiting sergeant for Hamas. And actually, I don't even think it's fair to say Hamas. I think forces far different, far more violent than Hamas will recruit people who lose children, loved ones, parents,
indeed,
from this conflict.
Look, you push me in a corner, I start swinging, and that's not unique. That's human. It's human. It's the very attitude that created the fucking United States of America. We said enough is enough. We're standing up to the kings, creating a secular society, worship who you want. You know, the basis of liberty.
And so I think the only way you can make sense of it, Michael, is if it's A, malicious and they literally don't care, B, they view these people as subhuman, so not worthy of human dignity or the right to life. But then C, and finally, I think this is really important, we need to get our head around that probably the majority of Israeli civil society, because of course they have to speak out both sides of their mouth when it comes to the Israeli political class, because you can't say this, but the majority of Israeli civil society favor Greater Israel, and they don't want Palestinians in it. And as I said, about half an hour ago, Israel Katz is a great example here. He is far from a marginal figure. He's the country's foreign secretary. He would like to see Israel take over the West Bank as part of a Greater Israel and give Gaza to the Egyptians. You know, he doesn't want those people, those children, in this state.
That's interesting that he wants to give a portion of Gaza to Egypt. Now, wouldn't that be interesting? Instead of, I never even really considered that, but no, that's actually far more realistic. You literally just give them Rafah and then take the rest. Give it to Egypt. Change the borders. Give them Rafah, shove everybody in Rafah, give it over to Egypt, and put up a big wall. Fuck, there you go. You don't even, the starvation and the panic and everything that, that continues to help because it gets people more and more into Rafah. Wow. What a concept. Never even thought of that. Sure, you saw the 8-package House vote today. I don't know how much money was approved for each of the three countries, though. It was just Ukraine. Just Ukraine. And the Palestinian aid was the first thing to get cut. First thing off the table. We're not even talking about it now. Yeah, we don't have time for this one. I'll save this one for a later date. Yeah, along with that. Yep, we'll save those two for a later date. Wanted to give these courageous activists who worked at Google and were fired for standing up for humanity. This is these activists are calling out Google's cooperation with the IDF, with Israel in AI. And of course, let's not forget it was there was 2 AI programs that were selecting targets all over Gaza when Israel was allowed to kill, that's how they got that death toll so high. There was an AI program called Where's Daddy that was designed to find somebody, follow them, and wait for them to go home, so that their home could be hit with a missile. It's such an efficient AI network that they demolished 90% of the buildings. So it was like, at first just this building, just that building. Just that building, and then they just pressed every fucking button on the elevator. Just do all of them. Just fucking all of them. We'll go to kill them all. That's okay. Okay, we'll go to the next. They try it again, right? They go to the next neighborhood. Okay, well, just this building. Oh, okay. Ooh, no. Okay, no. Would you that building? Okay, that. Fuck it. Blow them all up. So AI. So Google hears about that. And yeah, they're going to keep their $1.2 billion AI contract with Israel. We have proof. We have sources. We have proof. We have the information that Israel used not 1 but 2 AI platforms to select targets and then use that information to kill men, women, and children. Google sees that and says, yeah, okay, well, you know, crack some eggs. Absolutely pathetic. But what do we expect? These are oligarchs. These are oligarchs. What they want to see us in chains working till our death. They want to see us renting everything in our lives. You know, you're going to rent everything and you're going to love it. So here are these good Samaritans, these heroes. I would like to give them props, standing up for humanity and losing their jobs in the process because cold-hearted Google don't give a fuck. $1.2 billion. Yeah, we don't care about Palestinian lives. Go ahead and use that Google technology to select families to be murdered. Israel.
Hello there.
They are getting kicked out.
Yes. We repeatedly asked you to leave. That's right. And I've already informed you that your access to the corporate property has been removed.
Oh, here are the cops. Yeah.
We're asking you to leave again.
All right. Yeah.
We will not be leaving.
The cops believe in human rights.
Just want to let everyone know it's being recorded on body-worn camera. So you were asked to leave. Yeah. Listen, we'll let you walk out the door right now. It's not an issue if you're willing to go. If not, you're going to be arrested for trespass. Yeah, we're not willing to leave. Okay.
Yeah, and then they get arrested. So, look, you know, it'll be a small footnote in history, but it will be recorded that when Google was faced with a moral dilemma about AI, you know, this is just the first little steps into a much greater universe of atrocity, right? The first little baby steps into what will be a grand atrocity. And a little footnote will be, you know, when Google was faced with a moral dilemma, faced with evidence that the state actor is absolutely going to use their technology to kill innocent people. There's no wiggle room on this. We've seen the evidence. We've seen the proof. Right? There's no defense argument to be made here. That when Google was faced with that reality, they said, full steam ahead. Okay.
The boys in blue, Bye-bye.
We get it. I know. Slowly seeding defeatist narratives in my chat. Oh, gee, guys, I know we've stopped talking about Ukraine about an hour and a half ago. But golly gee, I really don't think that they're going to end up winning. I get it. I get the game. I see what you're trying to do. Please be on your way to the next channel with your gaslighting efforts. You bore me. Fuck Putin, fuck Russia. Okay? I'll support Ukraine. I'll support Ukraine if Russia was on the goddamn outskirts of Kyiv. And I'd still be doubling down on Ukraine because I believe in democracy to the very end. Get your motherfucking gaslighting, you know, counter narrative fucking game playing out of my chat. We get it. Oh, gee, guys, I don't think Ukraine's going to win. Bitch, we haven't talked about it. It's been like an hour. I demand to know why I was timed out. Yeah, gee, I wonder why. Maybe it's because you're a prick. Look, and you can be an asshole. You can be a prick in my chat, but it's when the disinformation starts coming, right? You think you're slick with the fucking narratives. Oh, I'm just asking questions. Oh, just, you know, I was just thinking to myself. I was just having a shit, and then I was thinking to myself, golly, it looks like Ukraine's going to lose the war, huh, guys? Bye. Here's another picture of some of these heroes right here. Like I said, this is, you know, it's a footnote, you know, come and gone. People will forget. But there'll be a little asterisk. When Google was faced with a moral dilemma, they had an opportunity, and they said, full steam ahead. Use our AI to kill people. Chud alert. Chud light. cracking open a crisp, cool Chud Light. See you later, fucker. But no, you know, and all of these people lost their jobs. Every one of them. It means bad stuff, bad poo-poo, Nimbus, Dragon Ball Z. I think Nimbus is the name of the AI. I think it says drop Nimbus. I think Nimbus is the AI tech Israel is buying. But good on you. Thank you, heroes. Thank you. Yeah, this is a heroic thing. Okay. Risking your job. I know they're young. You know, they'll get another job. You know, they can make these sacrifices. It's easier for them. Still, it's a sacrifice. They lost their jobs and reputation. You know, Google is going to do whatever they can to poison these people's reputation. Gee, I don't know. What are we talking about, guys? Kanye West. There's a beef with Drake. H3 said something stupid. XQC is all blinged out now. He's super Riz. Asmongold dropped another dime on everybody. Asmongold's so smart. Talking about Stellar Blade. NHL playoffs. Hockey. I've actually been watching some hockey. Been watching a little hockey. Been fun. The Canucks are kicking butt. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Moving on to the next story here. Yeah, this is from 20. This can't be from 23 hours ago. This has to be sooner. Oh shit. Oops. Okay. Well, we've already been through this. We don't need to show this one again. It was just another news agency's take on the same stuff. But we've been through it enough. Carolina hurricanes are good. There's a hurricane in Carolina? No, I know. I'm just fucking with you. I know they're a baseball team. Calm down. So, and we got this one here. Yeah, okay. So last two on Gaza. Let's do this one first. So this is unsubstantiated. I do not have proof of this. If someone is feeling randy and would like to find me a link to find more evidence to substantiate this, I would really appreciate it. So far, I just have some literally, I don't know even who from Twitter. Could literally just be a Photoshop, you know? But pretty big if true. Israel's Minister of National Security, basically number 2, Ben-Gvir here. Total monster. Minister of National Security has called for the execution of Palestinian prisoners to ease overcrowding in Israeli prisons. So this is why we were talking about that specific thing in the Geneva Convention list of war crimes, how you can't just murder people out of convenience. You can't murder prisoners because it's too expensive to hold them. So I don't know if this is true or not, but this gives you a window. If it's true, this gives you a window into what this man is capable of. And he's number 2 in government. He's number 2 in government. I've seen this everywhere with no source, but everywhere. Yeah, Blizzard Lounge, me too. That's why I wanted to have that caveat. Proof. Give me some proof on this one. This is big if true. Inverted Mystic. Funny. All the teams in the East are paper tigers. I mean, you can still get paper cuts. You know what I mean? Tigers that are made of paper can still. They understand the power dynamic, but power is not. Power is exercised in many different ways geopolitically, not just militarily. And you can use. You don't need the ultimate military to. I mean, look at the Houthi pirates. What if you're smart with what you've got, and you're using it in a smart way. You don't need to have the best of the best. So sure, yeah, technically, yeah, one side could obliterate the other, but it's not that simple, is it? even now, with Israel feeling fully justified in all of its actions. The further it pushes, the more it risks isolation. But this is an interesting, giving Rafah to Egypt. Just handing that shit over. And Egypt would be like, I don't want it, I don't want it. And Israel would be like, too bad, it's yours now. Too bad if you don't want it, it's yours. And literally just handing Rafah over. Totally wild. I never even thought of that. It's a completely wild idea. But it's actually more feasible than a humanitarian disaster created and then a bunch of people panic and cross the border illegally into the Sinai Peninsula. Just expand the Sinai Peninsula, expand the borders around the refugees. It's actually brilliant in a really, like, in a supervillain kind of way. The last story I wanted to end with is that, while the Gaza Strip is being victimized, while the ethnic cleansing campaign is in full roar in the Gaza Strip, the West Bank is not, things are not letting up in the West Bank. The settler action has increased. They're emboldened. They're justified. And Ben-Gvir and the Israeli government, thank you, Inverted Mystic, for that follow. Ben-Gvir and the Israeli government, Bibi Netanyahu, are approving new settlements, tens of thousands of new settlements. Land being annexed, we've shown their justification. Now they're talking about buffer zones and all these West Bank, islands that are shrinking. So now we're going to take another 7 kilometers for our safety. Oh, and we're going to build houses on this, by the way, immediately. The things are not calming down in the West Bank. And once again, there's no justification for atrocities like October 7th. But we told you so. And the reason why lefties have been right about the blowback is that it's 1 + 1 = 2. There's no, and this is why I always ask people to put themselves, what would you do if you were a Palestinian? Born and raised Palestinian, what would your perspective of who was right and who was wrong, how would that be different? How would the justifications look from that angle? Because this is 1 + 1 = 2. You push people into a corner, they will react. You treat people like animals, they will bite at you. Because if you make it an equation about survival, they're not going to acquiesce. If you turn it into an us versus them, which is exactly where Israel is putting the Palestinians, obviously we shouldn't be shocked that that there are groups that lash out. That doesn't justify the violence. It never does. But we told you so. Because there's no human civilization, no human culture, no religion that would put up with what the Palestinians are putting up with without any kind of reaction. Nobody, no matter where they're from, if put in the same situation, would just take it. We're human beings, goddammit. Ultimate survival adaptation creatures on this planet. We can survive in any biome. Thrive in any biome. No other creature on planet fucking Earth can do this. When we're put into a corner, we don't fold up like burnt spiders. We start swinging. And once again, I need to say this because the bad actors are right there. The Dershowitzes are right there to call you a Nazi. This does not justify brutal violence, but it's 1 + 1 = 2. And you don't treat human beings this way without some kind of reaction. It doesn't matter what the society or culture is. Muslim, Christian, whatever. Anybody pushed into this scenario would lash out. Let's proceed.
In the occupied West Bank, Israel has announced a decision to seize 64,000 square meters of land to establish an industrial settlement. Well, the latest land grab targets areas in northern Hebron. This will displace some 8,000 Palestinians. Israel has been expanding its illegal settlements across the occupied West Bank since launching its war on Gaza. Nidat Ibrahim is live for us in Bethlehem in the occupied West Bank. So first of all, let's start by putting this land in context. This is Palestinian land, right? Which would mean this is an illegal move.
Yes. Under international law, Sami, an occupying power is not allowed to move its citizens to an area it occupies. So Palestinians, for decades now, have been calling on the international community to do something about Israel, creating facts on the ground, grabbing lands, and then giving them to settlers. When we talk about this latest land grab in Hebron, it had been confiscated before, but for the service of establishing an industrial zone, what we see now is a change of that use to allow settlements to be built, to allow Israelis to be living in those illegal Israeli settlements.
And once again, the only opposition that the West has, the United States and Europe has, to what's happening in the Gaza Strip is the speed. That's the only thing that they don't like. Decades and decades of land theft in the West Bank have gone unchallenged and basically rewarded, quite frankly, with normalization, funds, and aid. This is how the United States would have preferred the seizure of Gaza to have gone. That's just a fact. Decades of it. No one stopped this. No one. Nothing. In fact, we see laws passed in the United States that make boycotting Israel illegal, for God's sakes.
Which would ultimately, as you say there, see the displacements of 8,000 Palestinians. This is all illegal under international law. And since the war began, we've seen Israel confiscating more and more lands. And many Palestinians would tell you that these confiscations happen in different ways. Sometimes they say this is a natural reserve, a closed military zone, a seam zone that is close to the Israeli barrier. But we soon see those areas turn into illegal Israeli settlements. And this is what Palestinians believe has been the goal ultimately, to grab as much land as possible, as little as Palestinians as possible, for the benefit of settlers and at the expense of the Palestinians.
Yeah. I'm not gonna sit here and deny, though, that Al Jazeera over here pretending to be a news agency. I mean, come on, she clearly has an opinion, but she's not wrong. Okay, but I do need to point out that it's Al Jazeera's picked a side. Let's definitely say that. You know, the whole calling Hamas freedom fighters stuff or whatever the fuck definitely needs to stop. It's a shame that Qatar finds it necessary to tell Al Jazeera to speak in that way, because I think long term having an anti-terrorist narrative would be more beneficial. But you know, it is really tough. It's especially tough to talk about it because how do we even know that the people resisting are all Hamas? There's lots of resistance splinter groups in there as well to make things even more complicated. But yeah, I needed to point out the obvious bias here. No problem, Daniel. Have a good day.
And Nidat, let's talk a little bit about what kind of communities arise in these settlements in the West Bank when Israel grabs land. It's usually Jewish settlements, right? These are not communities that are open for Palestinians or even for Israelis, Israeli citizens of Arab or Palestinian descent, right?
So
while most countries in the world, they have anti-discrimination laws when it comes to housing,
pure blood
a 2011 law gives communities in Israel the right to exclude residents based on what they call cultural or social suitability, right?
Yes, let me show you how this discrimination here in the occupied West Bank is very, very visible for Palestinians. This illegal Israeli settlement has started off as a small one, and it started expanding and expanding, and you can probably see how there is a road, and next to it there is a barrier. these areas.
They're never leaving. They're never leaving. They know that the more entrenched, the deeper the roots that they get, it's going to be harder and harder to remove them. It's a very intentional strategy.
Are off limits for Palestinians. So when we talk about the discrimination when it comes to housing, not only are Palestinians not allowed to be living in those illegal Israeli settlements, they're not allowed to approach it even. They're stealing the lands that belongs to Palestinians, but ultimately, not only can they not live in it, but they can only see themselves, you know, banned from accessing the areas around it. And we're also talking about the stealing of infrastructures, as Palestinians would call it, and resources. When we talk about water, for example, the Israeli settlers enjoy the water, enjoy duplication, let's say, of the share that is allowed to settlers in comparison to the share that is allowed to Palestinians. So wherever you look, really, Sami, Palestinians would tell you discrimination is loud, is clear, and this is why they say there are two systems for two people.
And it's been this way for decades, okay? Lefty hippie tree huggers like me have been pointing it out for decades, and people just roll their eyes. They just roll their eyes, and this is the end result. Honestly, you know, who was it? Was it that comedian Bassem Youssef pointed out? He was like, Nobel Peace Prize, you know, would give Bibi Netanyahu a medal, you know, a Nobel Peace Prize if he were to stop right now and you know and just take the portions that he's taken and let Rafah be. And he makes a great point. The West is desperate to sweep this under the rug, especially Joe Biden. And if there was even the slightest way to weasel their way out of this and pretend like there's like this, there's peace now, there's, you know, Bibi created peace, so he defeated Hamas and created peace, the West would easily go along with it, even if there was totally absurd land grabs. It's like, okay, well, that's fine, we're just going to pretend like this was a victory for freedom and moving on. That's the cost, you know. You know, Hamas will know better next time.
This is exactly why they've been calling this an apartheid regime.
All right, thanks so much.
Yeah, and like, how absurd would that be? Nobel Peace Prize for Bibi Netanyahu, but what, we gave one to Barack Obama. You know, while he was, it's very possible that within, like, he was like, you know, doing his speech, his Nobel Peace Prize speech, and there was like drone bombs dropping. You know, within either during or within the same, you know, week. Well, here he is accepting a peace prize while dropping drone bombs. So, you know, sky's the limit. Yeah, Zeoduke is correct. Boy, no one, I mean, it's like, you know, is people who defend the IDF versus conservatives, who does more belly aching? Oh, Lord, here we go. Speaking of belly aching, I got a lot of fucking news, folks. In the U.S. Hope you enjoy Trump shit and abortion shit and right-wing shit. Because here we go, folks. U.S. fucking news. Oh yeah, it's Trump time, baby. It's NATO time, Jack. let's NATO time, Jack.
3, 2, 1. It's NATO time, Jack.
Wake up, wake the fuck up, you cuck. Cuck ass pussy, it's NATO time. Okay, let's stop it before it gets to the embarrassing NAFO Dogecoin dog thing. Snort. All right, let's get to the U.S. news. Now that we're pumped up, we're ready for the shit. You know, mental health is a serious issue. And unfortunately, we had a very strange case of a young man in his 30s lighting himself on fire, legitimately lighting himself on fire and killing himself. the body twitching and convulsing on the ground after he covered himself in a flammable liquid and lit himself up. He's claiming, you know, conspiracy theorists, you know, schizophrenic looks like, claiming he's doing this because Biden and Trump are working together to do a fascist coup. You know, they're working in consort. There's some evidence of, you know, he had some leaflets he was apparently throwing around. The True History of the World, Haunted Carnival edition. I don't know if this is some Juggalo thing. Yeah, look, you know, like I said, he's claiming, you know, in the moment he held up a sign, he's claiming he's doing this for politics. I'm going to go ahead and chalk this one. I don't think this person, I mean, you know, I think this person has principles and he was, you know, trying to hold to them. I'm not trying to deny his politics or anything like that, but I'm going to go ahead and say, you know, Jesus Christ. I'm going to go ahead and say his actions were more fueled by mental illness than they were for politics. But, you know, I mean, when you're schizophrenic, those things kind of intertwine. He lost it after his mom passed. Yeah, that's even more tragic. The video where they kept reigniting was a bit random. Where were they trying to put him out and he kept lighting back up? I didn't see that. Are these reports correct that he is still alive somehow? Yeah, it's incredibly sad. Once again, just want to point out, you know, mental health is a very serious issue, and I wanted to say unequivocally that you're not weak. You're not, you know, Joe Rogan is not going to point his finger at you and make fun of you if you see a therapist, if you get some mental health help. Okay, that doesn't make you lesser than a man, you know, it doesn't make you a weak bitch. He lived a little while but died in the hospital. Okay, so he did die. Okay. Well, hopefully they were able to relieve the pain. I hear though after, once you've lit yourself on fire, after a little while, your nerve endings die and you don't really feel it. Of course, you pass out, right? Yeah, no, he died, sounds like. I'll take Davey's word for it. Incredibly tragic. All right, so moving on from that, I probably should have done this one first instead of. I think the intention was to do this one first before the guy sets himself on fire story. So I apologize for the tone shift here, but this is being reported, and I kind of need to talk about it just for a second here. I mean, I do use the cartoonish sound effects. Someone called me cringy. Said I was an unserious person because of my soundboard, and I totally agree. Fuck you. I don't care. Welcome back, blessed up kid. But the rumor is that, you know, Donald Trump is you know, kind of passing out and ripping disgusting smelling farts. And the reason why they smell disgusting is because he's actually defecating. You know, a little bit here and there, filling his diaper ever so slowly. So it's like the worst kind of farts. It's not like a dry popcorn fart or something that's kind of stinks for a second. It's like the nasty, really nasty, overwhelming, you know, someone just shit their pants kind of fart. Oh, Inverted Mystic, I totally agree. Fact of the matter is, Trump has had to wear adult diapers for years, decades. The speculation is that it goes all the way back to his Quaalude habit in the 1980s. It's hard to, you know, pinpoint the hard facts, but He absolutely 100% wears diapers, which is beyond ironic because his, you know, his supporters are happy to make fun of Joe Biden for his age. Joe Biden doesn't need diapers. He can, you know, let's see a foot race. Let's see a Trump-Joe Biden foot race. I'll put my money on Joe Biden any day. And I'm not trying to, like, you know, I like Joe. I'm just trying to point out facts. Joe Biden is in much better shape than Donald Trump. But evil is a fountain of youth, apparently. Another reason not to like Trump. Yeah, he smells like shit. Yeah, I'm not trying to make fun of people that have, you know, bowel issues and are, you know, they got to do what they got to do. I'm not trying to make fun of those people. I'm just trying to point out the irony of this God King who, you know, he's supposed, you know, he's Sleepy Joe Biden, you know, this guy fucking, he can't even do 8 hours of work, you know, anymore. And why should he? He's like an 80-year-old man. Should be retired. Rediapered. That's funny. Should be retired. I'm typed up right now. Shut the fuck up, blessed up kid. No TV debate. I want to see a live continence challenge. Oh, Joe Biden would absolutely win, dude. 100%. You just put a microphone up to right on the bottom of their chair, and they have to sit there, and the first one rips it, loses. That's where we're at. That's U.S. politics. That's, you know, that's where we're at. Shockingly, I actually, you know, outside of the incredibly tragic, mentally ill person there lighting himself on fire, there is a little bit of good news, just like with Ukraine. Finally, a little bit of light at the end of this chaotic, you know, depressing tunnel. This judge, I want Kamala to be president. This judge, Juan Merchan, is not fucking around, and fuck me, do I love it, dude. The jury's been selected. He says this trial is starting. We're not fucking around. We're not waiting. We're not delaying. Donald Trump came out. Oh, it's happened so fast. Donald Trump complains about how he can't say no infinitely, right, to delay this process indefinitely for as long as possible. Judge Merchan, nope, boom, boom, boom. Monday, the trial starts. Opening arguments are going to take 3 to 4 days for both sides. And then we're getting into it. Then witnesses. So we're looking at, I think that would be a great idea, Inverted Mystic. AOC is, I have a lot of criticisms for AOC, but the party needs to move forward. Hakeem Jeffries is not going to do it for us. We can't just have another Nancy Pelosi in there. We need fresh thoughts. So I got a lot of problems with AOC being a, go along to get along capitulator to the neoliberal agenda. But put me up against a wall. And yeah, AOC, sure. I mean, the party obviously wants to go in the direction of Gavin Newsom. But the obvious, if they want to win, if the neoliberals want to win and stay relevant, then it's AOC. But no, anyway, guys, sorry to be Mr. Partisan here, but this is great news. This really is something else. Do you think Trump jail time would win him the election? There's a lot of polling that indicates that it's not like, the extreme supporters of Trump are never going to go away. It doesn't matter how bad it gets. The worst, the PP tape could be released, right? And they're still going to back him up 100%. But I have seen enough Frank Luntz polling and polling from other locations, but enough polling of right-wingers that indicates that a certain chunk, a sizable enough chunk that could actually affect the election of right-wingers would just step out. It's not like they're going to vote Joe Biden. They're just not going to participate. And maybe they'll lie to their friends. Oh, yeah, I totally voted Trump. Yeah. They're just not going to show up. Thank you, Zeo Duke. Unfortunately, I won't be able to show that for people, but if people would like to witness a man burning to death, they're welcome to go ahead and click that link. Welcome to the politics section. We keep it real in this motherfucker. Yeah, blessed up kid, 100%. But anyway, we're going to watch a little bit. Sorry, it's Ari Melber. Fucking get over it, right? These, MSNBC, total partisans. They're following this every step of the way, so they have all the production and research, and we'll show a little bit of it. I understand it's insufferable, MSNBC. Sorry. But this is a good recap of the situation. I'm stoked. So I'm thinking, trial, opening arguments, next week. So maybe 3-4 weeks, 5 weeks, maybe. But we might see a conviction of some sort, 3 to 4 weeks, guys, which is huge. But going back to Davey's comments there, yeah, I do think there's a chunk of the Republican base that would just sit it out if Donald Trump were convicted. So let's get to the video.
The judge who is presiding over Donald Trump's criminal trial said what you see on the screen. Words maybe Donald Trump never wanted to hear, let alone hear while he was stuck, sitting silently, obeying the rules in court as a defendant. Quote, "This trial is starting." We could tell you they have the full jury. They have all the alternates. They are fully impaneled. They are raring to go.
Ready to go.
And it's gone down faster than expected. 4 full court days was all it took to get the full jury going. And that means these opening statements begin Monday. Donald Trump's efforts to delay, in this case, have failed. And I've told you in other cases, those efforts have worked. So you never really know with all the lawyers and all the money and all the tricks of the trade and his large following what's going to happen.
And also the complete failure of the neoliberals to, defend the laws, have an AG worth a damn. There's also that there, but we're not going to talk about the failure of the neoliberal Democrat Party in holding Donald Trump accountable. I'm not saying use your I'm not saying politicize the Justice Department, but Merrick Garland has been an abject failure, and he's the reason why we're doing this in the final year. This stuff could have been hashed out last year or even the year before. It took him two full years to finally realize that he was way behind and put Jack Smith in charge. Now, of course, this is not related to I think this is unrelated to that, but I'm just saying, like, we could have been seeing Trump in court, Trump tied up, this kind of stuff years ago with other cases. The timing of this case was always going to be, to where it is. But, I just need to point that out because conveniently MSNBC has a blind spot when it comes to neoliberals and just how bad they've been at holding fascism at bay. Wanted to point that out.
Happen? Well, tonight we can tell you something we couldn't tell you at the start of the week. All delay requests rejected. All delay tactics failed. Prosecution and defense will now clash. They will lay out their vision in front of this jury and, to the extent the nation and the world watching, starting Monday, about whether Donald Trump is innocent, as he is legally presumed, whether all of this has sort of just been cooked up against him in ways that ultimately cannot be proven beyond a reasonable doubt to that jury. That's what the defense will say, something to that effect, or whether he is guilty for this
Exactly,
scheme.
Zeo Duke, yeah.
Late today, we also saw a pretty dramatic demonstration of...
Donald Trump 100% knows he's guilty. Yeah, he knows he's guilty in a court of law. It's about delay.
Of how...
Why? So he can put an AG in charge that's going to completely politicize it, right? In the exact opposite way that Joe Biden has been completely hands-off. Put a conservative-friendly AG in charge with Merrick Garland. Look it up. Yeah, he's no fucking rainbow hippie, Merrick Garland. Yeah, would you believe he's a conservative? Oh, wow, go shucks. How does that happen?
How this is going to work, because so far it's all been questioning the juror candidates, and the defendant sits there.
We're going to start tomorrow.
But when we get into witnesses and other things, there's a lot more action that's going to happen. And Donald Trump,
and there's speculation about whether Trump is actually going to be actually going to be asked to testify or not, because he's sabotaging. He's self-sabotaging when he gets up there. He's gonna fuck it up somehow. So we might not see him, be put up on the stand because he's just so unreliable.
Trump's going to hear things he's not going to like. He's going to be accused of being a felon, among other things. Also, aspects of his personal life will definitely be
he won't testify.
Discussed for days on end. And he will have to deal with it silently, quietly, and compliantly like any other defendant. I say that by way of introduction to this moment today because the proceedings were winding down, and best we can tell from reporters in the room.
That doesn't mean Merrick Garland wasn't conservative, but Moscow Mitch, he did try, because anybody that wasn't a full-blown right-winger would be good enough for Mitch McConnell, right?
From the defendant, Trump may have genuinely thought things were done.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Ice King, you're talking about Merrick Garland's nomination to the Supreme Court, right? And it's funny because way back in the day, Merrick Garland was supposed to be a concession to the right wing to get them to approve it. So they intentionally picked a conservative guy, which was all the more shocking when he was chosen as the AG because, it's just like with Robert Mueller. The guy that you pick is some some Republican, some conservative. Now, Mueller had a reputation of, just being, unbiased, but there was absolutely those associated. He was definitely more conservative leaning, definitely more conservative friendly. So another baffling choice. And what happened? What did they handle? After Mueller report, jack shit. Oh, well, technically everyone committed crimes, but somehow we also conclude that no one's guilty. And it's, it just so happens with this AG, this conservative AG that's picked, everything's timed right up to perfectly align with Donald Trump's agenda to give him a chance. Couldn't have started this process any sooner, huh, Merrick?
And he tried to rise before court was officially adjourned. And if you've ever watched a courtroom drama, they take all the rules, small and large, pretty seriously. There's a sort of decorum.
So he sat up.
Okay,
yada yada. MSNBC blowing their fucking load about this. Yeah, he sat up early, then was politely asked to sit back down. That we're not done, and he did. He did. Oh, look, he's not a god. He's not a god. Yes, we get it. But I get it. We need to re-emphasize that because there's this accusation of a politicization of the Justice Department because all of a sudden Donald Trump is being treated like every other citizen. Who burned themselves? Well, we're done talking about that subject. Patrick's time. Is that all my Trump stuff? What do I got? I got a Cybertruck thing in here. Let me push this further away. We got to talk about this needs to go further back. We're not done with Trump. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, okay. This is my last Trump thing, and then we're moving on from the Trump news. So I mean, this is just shocking stuff. We heard Bill Barr during the January 6th committee, proudly come out and talk about how Donald Trump is I don't trust his judgment, and he's really bad for the country, and he tried to destroy democracy. Yeah, Lenny. Yeah, I totally agree. So we heard Bill Barr all about that. And now being asked directly. Okay, so who you're going to vote for? And right winger Trump. I'm going to vote Republican ticket. Trump ticket. They'll never learn. They're hedging their bets that if Trump wins, that they get to keep their career, even though that's not how it works in Trumpville. You never get to rejoin. I don't know. I guess if you have enough clout, if you have enough of your own power, like a Ron DeSantis character who can bring enough to the table. If you're willing to come back and kiss the ring, maybe he'll reconsider it. But if you're a joke, partially retired political tumbleweed like Bill Barr, you're totally fucking screwed in a future Trump administration. But he still comes to he's still bellying up to the bar. Oh, Daddy, I'd like to keep my career, Daddy. I'm so sorry I told the truth about you, January 6th committee. I thought the neoliberals were going to arrest you for the crimes you committed. I didn't know the neoliberals were going to let you get away with it. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were going to allow to keep your political career, Daddy. I was hedging my bets, and now I'm hedging them again. Yeah, Patrick's. Yeah, no one cares about the fact that Trump is a full-blown criminal. Yeah, no, big distraction. What about the wall? What about the border, right? Oh, I know. January 6th, so overblown. I mean, those patriots, those hostages that are being arrested for just defending their country and listening to the word of their God King president. Those poor victims, right, Patrick? Patriots roped up in a witch hunt. Joe Biden having to destroy people's lives just to feed the fire of liberal hatred for freedom. No, it's true, Patrick's. As soon as I get power, political power, I'm going to ask my politicians to kidnap conservative children and force them into being LGBTQ, furry-obsessed deviants who will piss on the Bible every single day. That's my goal. That's my agenda. I know, Patrick's. Well, that's how the legal system works, right? Did you know, guys, did you know, according, Patrick's knows this, but I don't think a lot of people know. But in a court of law, if you commit a crime, all you need to do is say, well, the other guy did it. Well, the other guy committed a crime. And you actually are then found innocent of that crime. Didn't you guys know that's how the justice system works in America? Didn't you guys know that? You just got to tell the judge, oh, didn't you know? I know I robbed a bank, but back in the old Wild West days, banks were robbed all the time. I shouldn't have to go to jail. They got away with it. How come I can't get away with it? The judge will sit there for a second. He'll go, that's a good point. I never really thought about it that way. Yeah, let this man go. He's innocent. Yeah. That's how it works, huh, Patrick's, right? Because you're a thumb-sucking fucking moron, aren't you? Aren't you, Patrick's? Can't wait to lick those fucking orange boots, can you? You are pathetic. So moving on, listen to these pathetic piece of shit Republicans lick the boots like our friend Patrick's.
For president, even if he's convicted in classified documents, you support him for president, even though you believe he contributed to an insurrection. You support him for president, even though you believe he's lying about the last election. You support him for president, even if he's convicted in the Manhattan case. I just want to say the answer to that is yes, correct?
Yeah, me and 51% of America.
Yeah, so it's not 51% of America. It's not even 51% of the voting population. Okay? It's a minority of a minority that's voting for Trump. 51% of America. Does the Electoral College represent all of America? No. When's the last time we've had more than 50%? I guess no. We've had historic participation in our democracy, after Trump and Biden, but it's still incredibly low. The voting population does not reflect the population as a whole. Patrick's over here talking a lot of shit, but he's now talking about something else completely. Yes, this is true. Avenatti, who's in jail, is now trying to work with the Trump team to get a pardon. Avenatti wants a pardon, and Patrick's, you understand that, so you're okay with. You're just all over the place, aren't you? It's you're okay with Trump working with a criminal? All right. Yeah, Patrick's, that is correct.
You said it would be an honor to be offered a spot on his ticket. Really?
Yeah, I think anyone who's offered the opportunity to serve this country as vice president should be honored. I think the country and the world was a better place when he was president, and I would love to see him return to the White House.
Wow.
That was New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu and Florida Senator Marco Rubio crowing about Donald Trump after spending quite a while criticizing him. Just a year ago, Governor Sununu wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post slamming Trump for peddling the conspiracy theory that he won the 2020 election and repelling independents. Senator Rubio, meanwhile, called
being extorted. It's not the sex with the porn star that he's in trouble for. You know that, right? It's the fact that he tried to pay her back on the hush using campaign fucking money, dude. He tried to take your money and pay for his fucking porn bitch, and he wanted to lie about it because he's a little punk ass bitch. And you're like, okay, here's more of my money, Daddy. I'm so sorry you're getting extorted. If Trump is so powerful and such a fucking kingpin and such a fucking mover and shaker, why is it so easy for a porn star and a fucking slick, greasy lawyer to drag his ass into court? Why is it so easy, huh? Oh, my poor victim, Twampy. All right, I think we've had enough. Thank you so much, Patrick's. And now we're gonna start with the pretending to fucking give a shit about money in Ukraine, right? Okay, we're gonna do all that. Yeah. Bye, Patrick. I'm done wasting my time with you. Back to the story.
Called Trump a con man and a fake tough.
I could literally dedicate the next 4 hours to arguing with Patrick. Do you think that would change his mind? Huh? Oh, my free speech. You know, chud alert. Fucking bye. See ya. Gone.
Trump for peddling the conspiracy theory that he won the 2020 election and repelling independents. Senator Rubio, meanwhile, called Trump a con man and a fake tough guy. Rubio and Sununu are not alone. They aren't even among the most egregious in their sudden change of heart. For that, you'd have to look towards former Attorney General Bill Barr. The same Bill Barr who said that Trump's actions on January 6th amounted to a grave wrongdoing. The same Bill Barr who called Trump a consummate narcissist. The same Bill Barr who predicted abuse of power if Trump were to be elected again.
Thank you for that follow.
That Bill Barr has now endorsed Donald Trump.
I will vote the Republican ticket. I will support the Republican ticket. I think the real danger to the country, the real danger to democracy, as I say, is the progressive agenda. And
like Joe Biden represents the progressive agenda, you know, just buying into this, you know, they're just going down with the ship. And for Bill Barr, it's a dice roll, you know, because if Joe Biden wins and it's the end of Trump, well, I'll write a book and, you know, I'll make a bunch of appearances on media. Eventually I'll get back on MSNBC, right? I'll get back in their good graces. I'll enter into that shtick. But if Trump wins, well, I've hedged my bets. So it's win-win, right? He's not there. We still get people from the Bush administration. We still get people who are responsible for mission accomplished on our TV giving us advice about the way the world works. Okay? There's no such thing as career suicide anymore. And he knows that. MSNBC will be happy to have him back after Joe Biden wins. No problem. What software to use for the soundboard? This is actually just the Stream Deck. I just use Stream Deck for that. There's like you can plug in the ability to play MP3s and stuff. So these are all MP3s. But so that's the calculation here, right? Well, if you know, I get to keep a career. If I'm wrong and Biden wins, I get a career. I get a media career. I'll write a book. I'll, you know, blah blah blah. Tell something something I've been keeping hidden about Trump. I'll do a book tour, make $1 million. But hey, if Trump wins, maybe I'll do the same thing. Maybe I'll get that media, you know, I'll get that, but maybe I'll get some more power. Maybe I'll get to come back into government. It's pathetic, craven, callous. And in the meanwhile, you know, does he care about America? Does he care about democracy? Does he care about the fucking, you know, I've said this before because, you know, I watched every single one of those January 6th committee broadcasts. Remember, we live streamed them all. And one thing I was noticing about the Republicans was how they were basically saying, oh, we would have been okay with going through with the coup. We just couldn't find any kind of, you know, legal way to really justify it. You know, the legal justifications that were being given to us really weren't good enough. And really, the only thing that they needed was just a better plan. Their problem wasn't with the insurrection or the dismantling of democracy. It was the fact that they knew that they weren't going to get away with it this time. So that's the problem. So as long as the plan is competent and it's in place and they're in power and they're ready to go, well, Bill Barr is right on board. Fascism full steam ahead. If I get to be in the driver's seat of a part of this train, oh yeah, okay, well, my morals down the fucking toilet. That's how this works. That's who we're dealing with. That's why we can't allow them to, we can't get comfortable with them. We can't get cute with them. We have to understand that they are a consistent and brutal enemy and treat them as such. We can't, Trump is a ridiculous idiot, and people will wisen up, and he's totally incompetent, and he's going to lose, and these guys don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. That really doesn't matter if they're the only ones consistently showing up for everything. If they're, if the conservative party, the conservative people who want this fascism are always donating, they're always giving up their money, no matter how poor they are. If the left is not matching that organization and that organizational power, if the left is not matching that, they'll take over regardless of whether how good their ideas are or how effective, how good at this that they actually are. They're just going to be able to shove it down our throats. Yeah, it'd be a shame. The only thing that can put a penny on the train of this fascist takeover is political activism. Step 1, inform yourself. Step 2, sign up to a progressive political organization, union, a politician that you like, whatever the fuck it is, put your name down. And step 3, put in the fucking work. Put in the work like Charlie Kirk, okay? Put in the fucking work like Steve Bannon puts in the work. It's a goddamn 24/7, 9 to 5 motherfucking grind for these guys. And if the left doesn't want to meet them, then that's what Bill Barr is saying. He's like, well, I'll play both sides. I'll get both sides of this. Yeah, Pear, so am I. I'm a U.S. citizen, currently a permanent resident in Canada. This is kind of crossover here. Ooh, geez, nice and bassy. Kind of a crossover here. We've already covered this mainly, but some good news. Tehran plays down Israeli attacks, signals no further escalation. So thank goodness. Once again, happy about this. Careful, people be afraid of free education. We can't have that. Look, I shit on Joe Biden and the neoliberals all day, every day. You hear me do it. Rightfully so. But I also like to give props where props are due. That last props I had to give were pertaining to student loan debt relief. Found a way to relieve more debt. Turns out the program has turned into quite a comprehensive debt relief program. Started off pretty meek, but now, getting closer to the election, maybe that was intentionally timed, which is pretty gross if that's true. But now the debt relief bill is looking really good. Well, now we have also some environmental relief here. Biden administration bans drilling on nearly half of Alaska petroleum reserves. So big deal. Hundreds and hundreds of acres. Land re-protected. Land that was, unprotected under the Trump administration, reclassified as protected. So many, this person, Bill McKibben here, tweeting, many thanks to the indigenous environmental groups that fought hard for this massive win in Alaska. We lost the fight over Willow, but the huge outcry meant that some real good came of that debacle. So not all of the land that was unclassified has been reclassified, but a big chunk of it. This is a win for Joe Biden. Let people know, Joe Biden. Let people know. Let them know. I'm not going to read this article. I only wanted to comment on it real quick. The headline here from The Hill. By the way, The Hill has a pro-Russian defeatist bent. Lots of just asking questions kind of framing. Very sussy. Very sussy, we'll say. Headline from The Hill, CNN analyst warns of, quote, civil unrest across the country if Trump jailed for gag order violation. Do it. And this is, the Hill specializes in this kind of just asking questions, kind of, like I said, framing, right? About like, whoa, what if Trump were treated like a citizen? Oh, we might have a civil war. Oh no, kind of implying maybe it's easier to, because there's this right-wing bent, the Saagar Enginetti style slick, you know, reintroduction of old conservative ideas, right? Oh, do we, you know, I don't know, maybe a president should be king a little bit, maybe a president should be above the law. No, I'm not going to read the article. I haven't read the article, but it's very likely that the article contradicts that. But I see this so much from the Hill. It makes me, and I've seen, you know, so much other evidence that the Hill is right-leaning. The right is not stupid enough. You know, the right is not stupid. Like, we've seen it in the past. You know, we got a character like RFK Jr. here, right? An obvious attempt to pull independents away from the left, you know, doing it in this slick kind of style. Oh, we're just being objective. We're just asking questions. Not exactly. Got to watch out for that conservative agenda. Yeah, well, the Hill is not so much about like the raging right. It's about people that are they're paying a little attention, but they're not paying a lot of attention. You know, they haven't really gotten into the real weeds of it like a lot of us in the chat have. You know, they're reading the headlines, and the kind of people that watch a political advertisement and make their decision about the person that they're going to vote for based off the commercial. That's the audience for the Hill. Easily. Was January 6th an insurrection attempt? Was January 6th an attempt to destroy our democracy? Easily. Moving on to the next article here. Kind of a random story, but weird environmental thing happening here in Florida.
An endangered species could be facing a new threat.
It's unusual.
A population that was slowly recovering in the Florida Keys is now being found dead on our shore.
Collusion, failure to vote is acquiescing to the empire and the most noxious of political elements. Right-wing fascists want nothing more than for us to stay home and not participate and not vote. So that kind of attitude of both sides, just give up, benefits the right wing. And that's why when I see people say that shit, I'm pretty certain they're right-wingers. So, got my eyes on you, buddy.
Or displaying unusual behavior, spinning in circles.
In my lifetime of dives, I've never seen any behavior like this from fish at all.
And it usually is associated with some kind of a agent that is having a neurological impact.
Dr. Michael P. Crosby with Mote Marine Laboratory and Aquarium, part of the effort to find a solution to why these sawfish and other marine life are being affected in this way. Since January 30th, FWC has received 365 calls to their fish kill hotline and 28 sawfish reported dead. And the reason as to why is still being investigated.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's, and like, it's so funny because like smartass on Reddit, oh, it's sensationalist reporting, blah, blah, blah. I Googled this and this is a normal thing. And then the comment section are like, yeah, dude, no, they pointed out that it's not, it has nothing to do with what you're talking about. It's not a parasite. It's unknown. They checked for parasites. It was the first thing they checked for, dingbat. You got to be careful with Reddit over here with these Reddit experts. But very interesting stuff. If you want to know more, if you want this video, if you want to take a look at this video yourself, maybe if you live out in Florida and you're eating fish out of this body of water, maybe you should reconsider. Something's going down. Trump King, vote for Trump. Just asking questions, by the way. Yeah, exactly. It's absurdity. It's absurdity, and I'm not gonna participate in it. So we talked about this earlier today, but just real quick, this is in headline news. Tesla is recalling all 3,878 Cybertrucks that it has shipped to date. Oh, poor Elon. Sanctions on certain parts of the IDF. I did not see that, Davey. That is fascinating. So 1 second here. Let me finish this Cybertruck news. I don't use social media much, you know. Yeah, I mean, I don't have time for it. I got kids. I don't have time for that shit. I got a kid. But no, so I reported on this. I showed the video of the guy showing an example of, so it's a little it's a cheap plastic covering. Maybe it's aluminum. I don't know, but it looks cheap. That covers the actual gas pedal and what do you call it? Accelerator pedal. It's an electric car. But it pops right off, and it does it in such a perfect way that it like holds the gas pedal down. It's like it's set up perfectly, right? So this recall doesn't mean that, you know, this is just a recall. So what this means is that everyone who owns a Cybertruck is going to bring it into Tesla, and they're going to get a new gas pedal installed for free. That's what this is. I had a recall on my Honda Fit, my little golf cart Honda Fit, because of the airbag that they used was faulty. So they had to replace the airbags. So that's how recalls work. So it sounds more scary. Like, oh, like it sounds actually like a dream. Like all the Cybertrucks are going to get taken off the road. No, not like that. No, it's not the EV1. It's not the electric car, right, from the early 2000s. No. Auto engineering at its best. Yeah. Cheap crap. It's cheap crap. These Cybertrucks are going to be in 5 years, every one of them is going to have patches of rust. You know, it's going to be really common to see Cybertrucks with paint on them, because people are not going to be able to keep it in this pristine way. They, you know, even with a $5,000 clear coat that they put on there, apparently it's still very vulnerable to rust, because it's bare metal. It's fucking bare metal. Jesus fucking Christ. Even DeLorean used a different. They didn't just use fucking. There was like a mixture. There was like a mixture that they used to make sure that it, you know, that it didn't get rusty. But apparently that was more expensive. I don't know. You have to keep them rusty. Yeah. Well, we'll see. These will be a hot item in the apocalypse. You know, everyone, all the leaders of the Raider gangs will all be clamoring over, you know, their iron throne, their aluminum throne. I think the engineers are probably treated poorly at Tesla. I think the quality suffers, I would think. Yeah, big time. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he spits in the face of safety. There's that story that he didn't allow for yellow, the color yellow to be used, so all the safety markings weren't allowed to use, you know, black and yellow everywhere. Yeah, Chem Goblin. Yeah, DeLorean was stainless steel. Ah, okay, that was the difference. Ah, heavier. Ah, but not prone to environment. Like if a bird shits on a DeLorean, it's not going to ruin. It's not going to literally ruin the body panel. All right, so moving on. Okay, real quick, let's get to Davey's link here. So this is big news. Scoop, according to Barack Ravid, political reporter for Axios. Scoop, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is expected to announce within days sanctions against the IDF Netzya Yudha Battalion for human rights violations in the occupied West Bank. Interesting. U.S. expected to sanction IDF unit for human rights violations in the occupied West Bank. What are these the humanitarians that are shooting civilians and then running them over with bulldozers, or is that's just normal IDF stuff? And these guys, they did extra heinous stuff. I mean, what are these guys doing? What are these guys doing to get singled out? The IDF, in general, it acts pretty atrocious. So what the hell are these guys doing? Only took 400 dead Palestinians in the West Bank. There's a dude in South Jersey who drives a Cybertruck around with a Trump Kennedy banner all over it. Trump Kennedy, huh? Wow. I mean, that's the whole. He's kind of giving away the game, isn't he? Yeah. Get a photo for the Discord, Ice King. Won't bloviate on this for 20 fucking minutes, so don't worry. But I wanted to talk about this because COVID is often brought up. I support. It's amazing how well the gaslighters have achieved their goals. The Jenny McCarthy cosplayers who have, you got Joe Rogan, a big proponent, right? Still won't admit that ivermectin has nothing to do with COVID. But there's this new myth that has been created that COVID wasn't a big deal, that the vaccinations and the masking was totally blown out of proportion, and even though all those restrictions were rolled back, it was still an attack against our individual liberties. So they want their cake and eat it too, right? Because they were saying, oh, this is the start of the end. This is the start of 1984. This is it. Show your papers, Germany. This is show your papers, Germany. And then it wasn't. But now they're still trying to claim that that was the goal. It's like when they claim Barack Obama was anti-gun, even though after Sandy Hook he did jack shit like a bitch. Remember that? But somehow Barack Obama is still attacking our gun rights and grabbing your guns somehow. So I'd just like to remind people, COVID was fucking real. People that were misinformed died because of that misinformation. And wouldn't you know it, the people who died more of misinformation were the Americans that lived in the right-wing states. And that's what we see here. 10 worst states for per capita COVID deaths shows GOP's complete failure. Those are fake numbers. Those people died of natural causes. That's amazing, Ace, if true. And here's Easley right here, right? Still not. Oh, no, it's not real. You see how the myth is being created? And grifters like Easley, useful idiots like Easley going right along with it. It was an attack on my liberty, even though it wasn't. The restrictions have been lifted, even though the COVID infection rates, by the way, are still humming along. Thousands of new COVID infections every single month. Hundreds at least, depending on where you live. COVID isn't fixed. Restrictions are gone, even though it's hurting public health. And wouldn't you know it, the right-wing states got the most people killed with their misinformation. So get your boosters. Don't listen to the gaslighters. Okay, I'm no fan of Big Pharma, but last time I checked, there's not a lot of profit in killing your customer. So this whole canard that this is some secret bioweapon that you're getting injected with, and I'm a pure blood. Yeah, easily. Get your fucking boosters, because you know what? COVID is real. Real people died, and real people continue to die. And ignorant sons of bitches like you who don't have degrees, who don't know what the fuck you're talking about, can scoff all you want, can scoff and guffaw all the fuck you want. Meanwhile, I'm going to continue to enjoy the benefits of medical science. Just like you, when you're sitting on the fucking operating table, right? When the doctor's giving you that bad news about this and that and how you're going to need surgery, are you scoffing and guffawing then? When it's your life on the fucking line? When it's medical science coming in to save your fucking life? Are you hand-waving away the reality then? I doubt it. You fraud. Your blood is literally pumping with vaccines. You know why? Because you're a fucking moron. You know how I know why? Because you went to fucking public school, right? You don't get to go to public school without a vaccination. So you're literally sitting here guffawing at science that you're currently enjoying. Yeah, natural immunity is a thing. You're so full of shit. And this is what I'm talking about with the myth making. Thank you so much, Easily, for making my point for me. Enjoy the motherfucking block list, bitch. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly why I wanted to bring it up. Thank you so much for that demonstration of ignorance. No medical degree. No medical degree. Facts staring him right in the fucking face. The death count staring him right in the fucking face. Oh, fake news, natural immunity, fake news. Vaccines pumping through his veins, telling you not to get vaccines, telling you to making fun of the boosters that have saved lives. Bye, bitch. They'll never learn. They were on, some of these guys were on the ventilator denying the existence of COVID. So you damn right get the booster. Do not listen to fucking morons who get their news from right-wing grifters selling fucking vitamin supplements. Moving on. We got some stories about Ron DeSantis here coming up pertaining to Florida, and I wanted to take this opportunity. Welcome back, Borderline Feline. Yeah, Borderline Feline. Maybe the reason why right-wing conservatives are having heart issues is because they eat like pigs. Not that the left doesn't. We all eat like pigs, let's be real. But no, we're going to be talking about DeSantis here in the next couple of stories. I think I have this a little out of the order. But wanted to remind everybody that Ron DeSantis was a torturer at Gitmo. Several reports have backed this up. You know, it is looking more and more true that Ron DeSantis was one of the torturers at Gitmo. So if you want to read about this, I've talked about it in the past. There's lots of other information, but if you would like to read about it, it's right here. Not going to belabor it because we've already talked about it, but I just like to take this opportunity to remind people that he was very likely a torturer at Gitmo, America's favorite black site prison that Barack Obama promised to close and then failed to do so. Nobel Peace Prize, folks. Promised to close Gitmo, couldn't find the time. By the way, Cuba doesn't cash those checks. We give them payment for that black site, and they don't cash the check. Judge awards $23.5 million to undercover St. Louis officer beaten by colleagues during protest. Yes, that's right. You heard correct. This undercover narc, maybe even an agent provocateur, was beaten by his own fellow police officers. Now, gee, I wonder what it is about this person that, you know, was causing confusion amongst the cops. What quality, just at a glance, what quality do you think they were beating him up for? If you guessed race, you're incorrect. No. Turns out cops hate baldness. They were kicked. No, almost. It's the baldness. That was a bad joke. That went nowhere. I'm sorry. This is terrible. I'm sorry. I was trying to be clever. I should have said the beard. He's got the bald. Get him. But no, it's obviously because of race. He's a brony. He had a fucking pony shirt on. No, but so he's suing. So he gets $23 million because he got his ass beat by his fellow officers at a protest where he was trying to, you know. It's so funny, right? The protesters were there to help protect his rights, probably. He gets his rights trampled on. He looks like a Muslim. Yeah, he does. Yeah, but that's probably why they were like, oh, hey, yeah, you look, hey, man, you kind of look like a liberal hippie. We can, you know, get you up and get you some liberal hippie clothes. Give us that inside dirt. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll be a tool for the police state. Hey, honey. I got about an hour left. Gonna be okay? Hold for Oh, Mr. He's got his eyes closed. Oh, Mr. Sleepy. Okay, hold on. I gotta get my headphones. There we go. Oh, he's so sleepy. Okay, so yeah, good news here though. Judge gives him 23 million. You know, all the same, it is ironic that he was. You know, this is the people's money. Thank you, Lenny. It is ironic that this is the people's money. This is taxpayer money, and you know he was acting in you know, in the interest of the police state when he was undercover. They don't go undercover for our safety. They don't believe the fucking hype. It's not about public safety. Okay, it's about trying to, you know, it's about trying to smear the activist movement, usually. All right, so moving on to our next U.S. story here. This guy, Clarence Thomas over here, the kid is just like during the Canada section. Boo! I cancel. I've decided not to talk about so many Canadian stories because it bores people. So yeah, so Clarence Thomas, I think I already talked about this a little bit, but Clarence Thomas over here facing backlash over January 6th case comments. What a disgrace. And you know, the Supreme Court, the right wingers on the Supreme Court basically are trying to set a precedent to let the January 6th protesters off. You know, we got Clarence Thomas over here kind of agreeing with this idea that they're hostages and that they're martyrs. Totally absurd, but that's politics. That's politics today. Wow, what is this fucking corny ass fucking music? So Thomas made comments. The Supreme Court heard arguments in the case. Defendant Joseph Fletcher arguing the court should dismiss a charge against him for obstruction. According to Justice Thomas asked the lawyer representing for Congress, the federal government has ever charged any other individuals in the past with obstruction of an official proceeding. All right, hold on. We got to see here. It's going to cut too quick. There have been many violent protests that have inferred with the proceedings. Has the government applied this provision to any other protests in the past? So it's kind of wonky, but basically I think this. Yeah, okay. Justice Thomas just suggested J6 legally is no different than any other violent attempt to disrupt official proceedings. So yeah, they're attempting to downplay it. They're trying to say no, it's not. It wasn't an insurrection. You know, does anyone believe that if the shoe were on the other foot, that if it was some Barack Obama-led coup attempt, you know, that played out in the exact same way, but the politics were the complete opposite? Does anyone believe that the Supreme Court would be entertaining this idea in the slightest, you know, in even the slightest way? No, but because it was a right-wing attempt at destroying our democracy, oh, now we're going to play games. They're ready to take it, you know. Oh no, Tuggan Tubin over here with a tweet. Tuggan Tubin tweets, guys. Jeffrey Tubin saying in an oral argument today, Justice Thomas minimizing the severity of the 1/6 insurrection at the Capitol. Perhaps that's because his wife was part of the conspiracy. What a disgrace that he's sitting on this case. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and if you don't know, Clarence Thomas's wife, Ginny Thomas, was not just a donator, you know, not just a vocal supporter, but she was an organizer for, you know, pro January 6 groups and things like that. I mean, really deeply, and she was an activist for this movement, for this MAGA movement. Inappropriate, doesn't mean asking questions in this case. Totally, his wife is an actor. And it's just ridiculous that Thomas is allowed to be on this case. Absolutely corrupt and ridiculous. Yeah. So I mean, obviously, if he was, if he had any scruples whatsoever, he would have stepped down because of his conflict here. But if he were to do that, then he's kind of admitting that his wife is guilty, right? So he kind of can't, right? Spoken like a man whose wife was conspiring to overthrow the U.S. government. It's fact. Fact. This is the world we're living in. The wife of a sitting Supreme Court justice was part of an active attempt to take our democracy, legitimately. Moving on to the next story here. So this, we're seeing, it's really interesting. We're seeing, in Arizona, we're seeing these red states turn purple, and abortion is really a big part of that. So over here, Michigan Democrats win special elections to regain full control of state government. So, I'm no blue no matter who guy, but I would definitely much prefer, like I said, dealing with the Democrats than the right-wing fascists. Democrats won back a majority of the Michigan House and restored their party's full control of state government Tuesday thanks to victories in 2 special elections. So that's great news, but what I would like to tell the Democrats is that don't squander this like you always do. They're always like, if only people just vote blue no matter who, vote Democrat, vote. Well, when we actually do vote you in and we give you super majorities in some cases, like we gave a supermajority to Barack Obama, we gave a supermajority to Joe Biden. I know it was short, but we give these Democrats supermajorities, and what do? They sit on their dicks. Their entire political agenda goes out the window. Oh, we don't know what to do. Both of our hands aren't tied behind our back. We don't know how to fight now. We can do whatever we want, so we choose to do nothing. Far too often we see the neoliberals resort to that. So, to the Michigan Democrats, I say, use the power we've given you, please, for the love of God. So if you want, the wonky information, here you go. It's right here. But this is a phenomenon we're seeing kind of across the nation right now. Lots of these deeply entrenched red states, like I said, Arizona, turning purple because of the failure of right-wing politics. They are aware of that, by the way. That's why they are destroying democracy, because they see it as a threat to the existence of their party. Moving on to our next story. So this is, this goes back to, this is the story I had that other Ron DeSantis article queued up for, because here we see in Ron DeSantis land, the right-wing agenda to ban water breaks and shelter. So that immigrants and people working outside are, they have to suffer even more in super hot weather, and the employer is not obligated to give their employees water or shade, to take like water breaks or shade breaks so that they don't die of heat stroke, which is a very real thing, by the way, in states like Florida. Agricultural, immigrants come in. They absolutely do die every year of heat stroke. Sweltering summer heat might have been more bearable for outdoor workers in Miami-Dade County under a proposal that suggested mandated breaks in the shade on the hottest days, but Florida said no. So the employer doesn't even need to do it every day. They just need to do it on days that are exceptionally hot. By the way, I'd like to remind you that China has mandatory break and laws for extremely hot days. So Ron DeSantis would like to work Floridians even harder than Xi Jinping, which is just basically serfdom over there in China. And for Ron DeSantis, that's not good enough. You got to work until you collapse. The country's proposal to establish heat rules for workers has been preempted by a new law. Florida has joined Texas in banning such local rules for outdoor workers. Meanwhile, California, Colorado, Minnesota, Oregon, and Washington have passed laws giving more protections to construction workers who work in extreme heat. So once again, I'd like to point out, it's not both sides. It's not both sides. There's a big, big difference between how right-wingers are running government and how neoliberal lefties are running government. Don't believe the hype. Okay? There's a There's a shame ceiling or shame floor for the neoliberals that the Republicans are happily breaching. Florida's new law has frustrated and angered some experts and advocates for construction workers and farm workers. As summers get hotter over the years, outdoor workers will need more protections, not fewer, said Luigi Guardarama, political director of the Sierra Club Florida. Summertime's my favorite song by Sylvia Chavez. Sure, me too. The law will primarily affect low-income workers of color, Guardarama said. Currently, the state legislature has no interest in protecting workers. Other advocates also say more protections for outdoor workers are needed. This gives you an idea of if they take over, this is going to be America. It's not just going to be Florida and then, but you can escape to a liberal California. They want to make this shit federal. They kind of get a weird excitement at the concept of forcing California to have to deal with these right-wing draconian laws. They think they kind of get a big thrill out of some of these liberal states having to listen to right-wing extremism. So they can't wait to bring this stuff federally. Ron DeSantis would absolutely, if president, would have brought something like this at a federal level, along with child labor laws being relaxed. They want to make it legal for child labor across the nation, just to name a few. Moving on to our next story here. Another article here with more information about what I'm talking about, specifically with the right-wing agenda to fuck over workers, right? But here it is. If you'd like that information right here. I get multiple sources. Try to read up on this stuff as best I can. Once again, like I said, DeSantis is a little part of this segment here. So another one from DeSantis signs a bill mandating kindergartners learn the history of communism. And it's, of course, the right-wing version of communism, which is inaccurate. I'm no fan of communism. I'm not a commie. I do believe in democratic socialism, which is a pretty different than what you'd get in the Communist Manifesto. But of course, it's this right-wing version of communism. And of course, what they classify as communism as anything to the left of Nazi Germany. That's communism, right? Single-payer health care, ideas about, free education, feed the poor, help the sick. That's what right-wingers consider communism. And at the ripe, naive age of kindergarten, Ron DeSantis wants to start programming your children into this right-wing dogma from day one. Day one. And they claim the left wing is coming after their kids. They want to make you, like I said before, if DeSantis was chosen as president, this would be a federal agenda. So it's only a matter of time. Maybe it's not DeSantis this year. Okay, but Project 2025 isn't going away. Heritage Fund isn't going away. Steve Bannon isn't going away. Charlie Kirk isn't going away after 2025. These elements will still be around, and these anomalies, these, kind of curious, right-wing, insane agenda, kind of laws will become federal mandates for all of us. This is a little taste at what they want to do to all of us. And what do they want to do? They want to force your kindergarten age kid to learn their version of conservative history, right? How many times have you heard a conservative completely misunderstand the meaning of communism? Oh, it's all communism. Joe Biden's a communist. Laughable, absolutely laughable. And those people want to be in charge of a curriculum that they're going to force down your kid's throat, whether you like it or not. Tell me that's tell me that's patriotism. That's America. That's Nazi Germany. Hopefully I made my point there. Moving on to the next story. Once again, another DeSantis thing. Listen to this. So he fucks up with his book ban. DeSantis tweaks Florida book challenge law blames liberal activists who wanted Bible out of schools. So he has to walk back this book banning law because liberal activists were using it, the obscenity, because it's all obscene. It was all about, oh my God, all these obscene things in the Bible, bestiality, pedophilia. I mean, it's all in there. Some of the worst, infanticide, as well as patricide. Parents or children killing their parents. 2 years ago, Democrats repeatedly and forcefully warned Republicans and Governor Ron DeSantis that a new law making it easier to challenge school books was so broadly worded that it would create havoc across the state. Now they can say, I told you so. DeSantis backtracked on the 2022 law on Tuesday when he signed a bill narrowing its focus. He blamed liberal activists for abusing the law. It's our fault. He opens the door wide open, and it's our fault for walking into it. Not the citizens whose objections to certain books account for the majority of the book removals from school libraries and classrooms. And listen to how this system was created. How loosey-goosey and how they didn't plan for any of this. They just it was all feelings over facts. Quote, the idea that someone can use the parental rights and curriculum transparency to start objecting to every single book to try and make a mockery of this is just wrong, says DeSantis. Said the day before the bill signing, that's performative, that's political. Hilarious coming from DeSantis, where the whole point of this was for the right wing to performatively insert their politics into schoolrooms. Coincidentally, PEN America, a group that fights book bans, issued a report Tuesday saying Florida is responsible for 72% of the books that have been pulled from the nation's schools in the first halves of the current school year. For some reason, Texas does this as well with textbooks, but for some reason, actions that are taken in states can sometimes affect book purchases across the nation. So a book being pulled in Florida can actually affect schools across the nation. There's details to it. You'd have to look it up. Blah, blah, blah. So listen to this. The majority of books that we see being removed are books that talk about LGBTQ identities, that include characters of color, that talk about race and racism, and include depictions of sexual experiences in the most broadest interpretation of that understanding. So they're not talking about diagrams on how to finger bang your girlfriend. They're talking about, animals, have sex, to reproduce kind of stuff. Said Kaisley Meehan, PEN America's Freedom to Read program director. Those challenges are being made by conservative individuals and groups such as Mom for Liberty. So listen, this is the most crazy. Listen how easy it is for any bad actor to immediately pull books off the shelf immediately. The original law allowed any person, parent or not, district resident or not, you don't even have to live there. Literally don't even have to live there. Just be some schmuck from 100 miles away. To challenge books as often as they wanted. You could just challenge all the books. Once challenged, a book has to be pulled from shelves until the school district resolves the complaint. So the moment the complaint is put in, the book is pulled from the shelf, and then the school has to review it. The new law limits people who don't have students in a school district to one challenge per month. So now they changed the law so that people outside, people inside the district can ban as many books as they want, but people outside of the district, they can only do once a month. Big fix. So there you go, folks. Once again, I'm going to have to take a break on the abortion thing. We're definitely going to talk about Republicans, right-wingers, and abortion, but the chat seems pretty dead. 4.5 hours into this, I think I put most people to sleep, including Little Man. Hey, Davin, thank you for that comment. So I think we're gonna call it a day on this one. On today's News Underground. If I have time tomorrow, I'll definitely do a quick one. Maybe finish up our U.S. news and jump in. I have a gang of world news that I need to cover. Lots of stuff happening across the world, not just in Israel, Iran, United States, Ukraine, Russia. Lots of China news that I'd like to cover. Big props to Davin. Big props to Chem Goblin. Big props to Strategy Member, Borderline Feline, Lenny, Pair of Salamanca. Thank you, Pair of Salamanca. Go watch the Leafs lose. Oh, is there a hockey game? Yeah, I'll throw that on. Big props to Ace Fram, Ice King of Space. Thank you, Ice King of Space. Big props. Once again, big props to Al Rakabi and Lenny for purchasing the merch. Thank you for purchasing that merch and supporting the News Underground financially. Land, oh, my lazy lizard lounge. Thank you for all your support on Twitter. Thank you for being here in the News Underground. I'll be in around 45 minutes. Nice. Turn that game on. All you lurkers out there, thank you so much to all you lurkers for all that you do. Thank you for that view. Most important thing you could do for me is give me that view. Big props to all the new follows. We had 4 or 5 follows, so thank you so much to all those follows today. Definitely helps the News Underground. Thank you, Smash. Big props to you, Smash. Thank you, Smash, for tuning in. Inverted Mystic, thank you for that follow. Inverted Mystic, Zeo Duke, Blessed Up Kid, Davey, your boy Davey. Thank you, Davey, for all your contributions. Woke Patriot, thank you for all your contributions. Woke Patriot in the Discord, appreciate it. Memento, Daniel, thank you, Memento and Daniel. Thanks again for that follow, Inverted Mystic. Suspect Blaming, welcome back. Big props to you. Thank you so much for being here. That's everybody I see on the chat. Folks, the solution to our problems is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Step 1, inform yourself. Step 2, join a progressive political organization in your area. And step 3, put in the work. Put in the work like Charlie Kirk, bitch. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East and glory to the Ukrainian democracy. We'll see you tomorrow, maybe Monday. Coogan swoop in this biatch. Home of the BS showdown. Thank you, Clutch Cargo. You're 100% correct. It's the only thing that's ever worked. Political activism. Get your ass out there. Political activism, folks. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. News Underground. News Underground. Have a good night, homie. News Underground. What's with Fred Flintstone? He's lighting up a joint. Smoking doinks in the Amish. Fred Flintstone smoking doinks in the Amish on the News Underground. Happy 420. 420, y'all. Peace out.